Intro. I've been pondering over the subject of conquering the Wild West for many years. The more I read about the subject, the more I see the total devastation that we have committed against indigenous people. In grade school, they made you feel like a exciting time in American history. We were expanding our territory. I remember reading about the final train tie, which led together the East Coast and the West Coast by rail. Yet lately, I've been reading from the indigenous people and their side of the story. Can you imagine living on your land for thousands of years? The indigenous people knew they were custodians of the land. They knew their survival was dependent upon being harmonious with the land and all the magnificent creatures that exist in it. Westerners might say they didn't have a technology-based society, yet their society was full of ancient wisdom. Just think, every square inch of land that was taken, the Indians never saw most of that land again. The Indians would only kill a buffalo to survive for the winter. Western men would kill buffaloes by the millions. I remember seeing a photo once in a magazine. It displayed a huge mountain of killed buffaloes. Two men with rifles had their rifles pointed out of the window toward the buffaloes' corpses. This was a mere sport for them. It was a form of genocide for the indigenous people at that time. They knew that by killing all the buffalo, the indigenous people wouldn't survive. Almost every inch of land in America was taken from indigenous people. Many have been forced off their lands and had to survive on some reservation. Many of them could no longer fish or hunt without a license. If you were found to break a law, your license would be taken away for life. This is a tale of the great tragedy that occurred and is still occurring today in America. I hope reading this book will be an avenue where people can discuss what occurred in the past and what we can do to make sure it doesn't happen in the future. For our world to survive, we need to change in so many different ways. We must stop being consumers of this life. We must learn how to be custodians. Mother Earth recently has been going through many dramatic changes. Hopefully, we can learn from the present and past mistakes. Many years ago, I heard in Colorado, a great teacher once said, "We are sawing off the branch that we are sitting on." That was said over 50 years ago, and yet it is still so true today. I pray that we can live once again in unity with nature and the universe. Quite frankly, most of the world's leaders haven't a clue as to what has to be done. In the United States, the political system is in total shambles. I don't need to get into that. Just turn on the TV. Time is ticking away. We must realize there's a thread of love tying us together. We think we are separate. We think that consumer goods will give us fulfillment and happiness in our life. We were taught this from quite a young age. True happiness does not exist outside of you. And unfortunately, we have been living that way for thousands of years. We are at a turning point. We must change our ways. If we don't, I can almost guarantee you in a couple hundred years, humans won't be on this planet. Talk to any climate scientist and he will tell you the same thing. Signposts are all around us. Humanity must make a crucial decision. We must change our ways. There's no point even debating it. Come join me on this adventure of life. You are a piece of the puzzle. Your piece of the puzzle is needed to solve the puzzle of life. Where the buffalo no longer roamed. The Transcontinental Railroad connected east and west and, and accelerated the extraction of what had been in the center of North America. Gilbert King. A pile of American buffalo skulls in the Midwest, 1870. The telegram arrived in New York from Promontory Summit, Utah at 3:05 p.m. on May 10th, 1869, announcing one of the greatest engineering accomplishments of the century. The last rail is laid, the last spike driven. The Pacific Railroad is completed. The point of junction is 1,086 miles west of the Missouri River and 690 miles east of Sacramento City. The telegram was signed Leonard Stanford, Central Pacific Railroad, T.P. Durant, Sydney, Dillon, John Dole, Union Pacific Railroad, and trumpet news of the completion of the Transcontinental Railroad. After more than 6 years of backbreaking labor, East officially met West with the driving of her ceremonial golden spike in City Hall Park in Manhattan. The announcement was greeted with the firing of 100 guns. Bells were rung across the country, from Washington, D.C. to San Francisco. Businesses were suspended in Chicago as people rushed to the streets, celebrating to the sound of steam whistles and cannons booming. Back in Utah, railroad officials and politicians posed for pictures about locomotives, shaking hands for breaking bodies of champagne on the engine as Chinese laborers from the West and Irish, German, and Italian laborers from the East were budged from, budged from view. Not long after President Abraham Lincoln signed the Pacific Railroad Act of 1862, railroad financier George Francis Tran proclaimed, "The Great Pacific Railway is connected. Immigration will soon pour into those valleys. 10 millions of immigrants will settle in this golden land in 20 years. This is the greatest enterprise under God." Yet while many trained may have envisioned all the glory and possibilities of linking the East and the West Coast by a strong band of iron, he could not imagine the full and tragic impact of the Transcontinental Railroad, nor the spread at which it changed the shape of the American West. For in its wake, the lives of countless North Americans were destroyed, and tens of millions of buffalo, which had roamed freely under the Great Plain since the last ice age 10,000 years ago, were nearly driven to extinction in a massive slaughter made possible by the railroad. Following the Civil War, after deadly European diseases and hundreds of wars with the white man had already wiped out untold number of Native Americans, the United States had ratified nearly 400 treaties with the Plain Indians. But as the gold rush, the pressure of manifest destiny, and land grants for railroad construction led to the greatest expansion in the West, the majority of these treaties were broken. General William Tecumseh Sherman, first post-war commander, Military Division of the Mississippi, covered the territory west of the Mississippi and east of the Rocky Mountains, and his top priority was to protect the construction of the railroads. In 1867, he wrote to General Ulysses S. Grant, "We're not going to let thieving, ragged Indians check and stop the progress or the railroads." Outraged by the Battle of the Hundred Slain, when Lakota and Cheyenne warriors ambushed troops of the U.S. cavalry in Wyoming, scalping and mutilating the bodies of all 81 soldiers and officers, Sherman told Grant the year before, "We must act with vindictive earnestness against the Sioux, even to their extermination, men, women, and child." When Grant assumed the presidency in 1869, he appointed Sherman commanding general of the army, and Sherman was responsible for U.S. engagement in the Indian Wars. On the ground in the West, General Philip Henry Sheridan, assuming Sherman's command, took to his task much as he had done in the Shenandoah Valley during the Civil War, when he ordered the scorched earth tactic that presaged Sherman's march to the sea. Early on, Sheridan bemoaned a lack of troops. No other nation in the world would have attempted reduction of these wild tribes and occupation of their country for less than 60,000 to 70,000 men, when, while the whole force employed and scattered over the enormous region never numbered more than 14,000. The consequences was that every engagement was a forlorn hope. The Army's troops were well equipped for fighting against conventional enemies, but the guerrilla tactics of the Plain Indians confronted them at every turn. As the railroad expanded, they allowed the rapid transportation of troops and supplies to areas where battles were being waged. Sheridan was soon able to mount the kind of offensive he desired. In the winter campaign of 1868-69 against Cheyenne encampments, Sheridan set about destroying the Indians' food, shelter, and livestock with overwhelming force, leaving women and child at the mercy of the army and Indian warriors little choice but to surrender or risk starvation. In one such surprise raid at dawn during a November snowstorm in Indian Territory, Sheridan ordered the nearly 700 men of the 7th Cavalry, commanded by George Amherst Custer, to destroy villages and ponies, to kill or hang all warriors, and to bring back all women and children. Custer's men charged into a Sioux village on the Wasaka River, cutting down the Indians as they fled from lodges. Women and children were taken as hostage as part of Custer's strategy to use them as human shields. But cavalry scouts reported seeing women and children pursued and killed without mercy, and what has become known as the Wasaka Massacre. Custer later reported more than 100 Indian deaths, including that of Chief Black Curl and his wife, Medicine Woman, later shot in the back as they attempted to ride away on a pony. Cheyenne estimates of Indian deaths in the raid were about half of Custer's total, and the Cheyenne did manage to kill 21 cavalry troops while defending the attack. If a village is attacked and women and children killed, Sheridan once remarked, the responsibility is not with the shoulders of the people whose crimes necessitated that attack. General Philip Sheridan, photographed by Matthew Brady. The Transcontinental Railroad made Sherman's strategy of total war much more effective. In the mid-19th century, it was estimated that 30 million to 60 million buffalo roamed the plains in massive and majestic herds. They rumbled by the hundreds of thousands, creating the sound that earned the nickname Thunder of the Plains. The bison's lifespan of 25 years, rapid reproduction, and resiliency in their environment enabled the species to flourish, as Native Americans were careful not to overhunt, and even men like William Buffalo Bill Cody was hired by the Kansas Pacific Railroad to hunt the bison to feed thousands of laborers for years, could not make much of a dent in the buffalo population. In mid-century, trappers who had depleted the beaver population of the Midwest began trading in buffalo robes and tongues. An estimated 200,000 buffaloes were killed annually. Then the completion of the Transcendental Railroad accelerated the decimation of the species. Massive hunting parties began to arrive in the West by trains, with thousands of men packing a 50 caliber rifle and leaving a trail of buffalo carnage in their wake. Unlike the Native Americans or Buffalo Bill, who killed for food, clothing, and shelter, the hunters from the East killed mostly for sport. Native Americans looked with horror as landscapes and prairies were littered with rotting buffalo carcasses. The railroads began to advertise excursions for hunting by rail, where trains encountered massive herds alongside or crossing the tracks. Hundreds of men aboard the trains climbed to the roof and took aim or fired from their windows, leaving countless 1,500-pound animals where they died. Harper's Weekly described these hunting excursions. Nearly every railroad tram, which leaves or rides at Fort Hays on the Kansas Pacific Railroad, has its race with these herds of buffalo, and a most interesting and existing scene is the result. The train is slowed to a rate of speed about equal to that of the herd. The passengers get out firearms, which are provided for the defense of the train against the Indians, and open from the windows and platforms of the cars a fire that resembles a brisk skirmish. Frequently, a young bull will turn at bay for a moment. His exposition of courage is generally his death warrant, for the whole fire of the train is turned upon him, either killing him or soon members of the herd in his immediate vicinity. Hunting became killing buffaloes. Hunters began killing buffalo by the hundreds of thousands in the winter months. One hunter, Orlando Brand, brought down nearly 6,000 buffaloes by himself and lost hearing in one eye from the constant firing of his 50 caliber rifle. The Texas legislature, sensing the buffalo were in danger of being wiped out, proposed a bill to protect the species. General Sherman opposed it, stating, "These men have done more in the last 2 years and will do more in the next year to settle the vexed Indian question that the entire regular army has done in the last 40 years. They're destroying the Indian commissary, and it is a well-known fact that an army losing its base of supplies is placed at a great disadvantage. Send them powder and lead, if you will, but for a lasting peace, let them kill, skin, and sell until the buffaloes are exterminated. Then your prairie can be covered with speckled cattle." The devastation of the buffalo population signed the end of the Indian Wars, and Native Americans were pushed into reservations. In 1869, the Comanche chief Towaski was reported to have told Sheridan, "Me, Towaski, me, good Indian," and Sheridan allegedly replied, "The only good Indian I ever saw were dead." The phrase was later misquoted, with Sheridan supposedly stated, "The only good Indian is a dead Indian." Sheridan denied he'd ever said such a thing. By the end of the 19th century, only 300 buffalo were left in the wild. Congress finally took action outlawing the killing of any birds or animals in the Yellowstone National Park, but the only surviving buffalo herd could be protected. Conservationists established more wildlife preserves, and the species slowly rebounded. Today, there are more than 200 bison in North America. Sheridan acknowledged the role of the rainfall in changing the face of the American West, and his annual report of the General of the United States in 1879, he acknowledged that the Native Americans were scuttled to reservations with no compensation beyond the promise of religion, instruction, and basic supplies of food and clothing, promises, he wrote, which were never fulfilled. "We took away their country and their means of support, broke up their mode of living, their habits of life, introduced disease and decay among them, and it was for this and against this they made war. Could anyone expect less? This, why wonder at Indian difficulties?" Gather. Review the struggle to remain sovereign. This documentary wonderfully weaves personal stories with archival footage that contextualizes the continued violence against Native Americans. By Lovia Guayaki, September 8, 2020, New York Times. Many are familiar with the tangible losses associated with colonization, land, homes, and people. But there are also the intangible losses, language, designs, and cultural practices that can totally reconfigure how indigenous people and their descendants relate to each other. Gather, a documentary by Sanjay Rawal, intimately examines one tangible loss, food traditions, and its use in the pursuit of native sovereignty in the United States. The documentary, available on demand, follows members of 4 different tribes as they use their individual interests to work with community members to reclaim or preserve their cultural traditions. Nepi Craig, a white mountain Apache chief, is trying to combat food insecurity in his community by opening a restaurant that uses Apache grown produce in innovative dishes. Alisa Dubray, a 17-year-old member of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe, uses her passion for science to analyze the benefits of a traditional buffalo based diet as compared with a modern beef based one. Sam Jesnoff, a Yurok tribe member, leads a group of teenagers in the preservation of the salmon fishing traditions of their tribe. Watria Casador, a master forager of the San Carlos Apache, works to introduce ancient medicinal and food practices to the youth in her community. The film wonderfully weaves personal stories with archival footers that contextualizes the continued violence against North Americans. Raval covers a substantial amount of ground and defies balances the dense material without losing sight of the mission driving the bigger story. Healing from generation trauma sometimes starts just with one person. Gather centers effort to heal and rebuild indigenous traditions and foodways. Filmmaker Sanjay Rawal explains the complexities of making the documentary for and about Indian country. By Jay Begay, October 14th, 2020. Director Sanjay Rawal is the first to admit that he, the First Nations Development Institute, and a half dozen indigenous led partner organizations they work with, they make a new documentary gather didn't set out to reach a general audience. We never expected that anybody outside Indian country would like this film, and we didn't make it for anybody outside Indian country, says Rawal. Instead, they wanted to capture a series of pivotal efforts to re-engage with indigenous foodways around the country and inspire more of the same, and yet gather, which was released in September, has also been well received on the national stage. The film follows a handful of central characters and weaves together historical threads of forced displacement, violence, and disenfranchisement with those characters' current day work to rebuild traditional foodways and heal intergenerational trauma. Traditional forager Tuila Casador of the San Carlos Apache Nation gathers wild amaranth seeds with her niece and hunting for wild rodents. Chef Nephi Craig launches Cafe Gazado, a cafe designed to introduce the residents of White River, Arizona, to a traditional Apache cuisine using the food grown by farmer Clayton Harvey at Knighton Bikaya, or the People's Farm. The film also follows high school senior Alyssa Dubray of the Cheyenne River Lakota Nation, who uses Western science to prove the nutritional value of her family's bison herd, and the Ginsa brothers, Samuel, Peter, and John Luke of the Yukon Nation, spent time catching salmon and teaching young people about their tribe's traditional foodways through their group, the Ancestral Guard. The work is not without its challenges, but all the characters are doing more than feeding themselves. They're rebuilding their lineage and repairing their shared world. As Chef Sheg says in the film, our ancestors saw the world end once. That whole life way is gone. Now we're on the other side of the apocalypse, but we are still very much in resistance today. Maintaining our foodways is our own battle to fight for our own human rights. We still hold dear these traditions of food and agriculture and the generosity attached to these practices. So I feel that we're experiencing a profound, wonderful, and amazing return to these concepts and ideas. Rawal has been making documentaries for over a decade, and his films include Ocean Monk, Challenging Impossible, 3100, River and Become, and Food Change, which tells the story of the coalition of Imolokiti workers, the group of farm workers known for revolutionizing the tomato harvest in Florida. Civil Eats spoke with Rawl recently about the collaboration at the heart of the film, the connection between land access and food sovereignty, and his hopes for larger change in the food system. I wanted to hear about your relationships or connections to food traditions and food sovereignty, and why this topic. Why did this appeal to you? Sanjay Rawal. There isn't enough knowledge out there about the suffering that cultures around the world have gone through because of colonization. And as people know, the Crusades was the petri dish for the colonization of the Western Hemisphere. But then the colonization of the Western Hemisphere became the playbook for going to Southeast Asia, to India, where I'm from, and to other parts of the world. They all were based around fortune hunting and extracting economics. This was all pre-industrial revolution. It was land-based farming of cash crops like tobacco, cotton, and spices. The appeal of going to places where you can enslave people and get those cash crops produced with the zero labor costs drove the creation of massive fortunes in Europe and then subsequently in America and my country, India was under British occupation until 1947. And one of the things that colonial systems do as they extract wealth is to develop supply chains. And these supply chains end up changing diets tremendously. When you look at the food system as a whole, really, nobody is eating the same foods that their great grandparents did. These are the remnants of the techniques like fermentation, etc. But corporate controlled agriculture, the commodification of calories, and the development of supply chains and supermarkets have all led to a very unhealthy physical lifestyle. And so that's been my interest in food and food system. My dad was also a tomato breeder, but I would never would have dared to attempt to make a food about North American food sovereignty were it not for the nation's development institute. My first film was about migrant film workers in South Florida, and they had a hard enough time getting a seat at the table, being considered Latino. But in fact, they were all indigenous Guatemalan, Chaplain, and Oaxacan migrants. And that organization, the Coalition of Immaculate Workers, is undoubtedly the most successful anti-corporate indigenous movement in the world. So I got a sense of indigeneity and laid a deep connection with food systems by making that movie. But it was through a series of conversations with First Nation that gathered development. And it was very much a partnership, or more accurately, they were the driving force behind the content and beyond the relationship. And they infused the film with indigeneity. Preserving foodways seems to be the high level topic, but there's another thread that ties all these stories together, and that is the healing intergenerational trauma. Can you talk more about the experience of seeing that thread emerge in this story? With the development of extractive agricultural economies on Turtle Island, African American bodies had value in terms of labor. Native American bodies didn't have values because it was they, the land that they steward, that had the value. So when people were stripped from their lands, they were stripped from all the traditions that they developed over tens of thousands of years. And Gather really outlines in a nutshell how it wasn't just physical removal from them because native tribes are very, very powerful. It took asystematical warfare and the destruction of food systems, destruction of culture, language, and creation stories, which all tied into land, food, physical, and spiritual survival. But you can't ever extinguish spirituality completely. Kernels of spirituality obviously exist deep within the Native American communities we're in, and you could see how viable they were, like coals or embers of a long forgotten fire. These embers and the redevelopment of these systems are literally healing because they are identity. The great conundrum in human life is answering that question. Who am I? That's deep on so many levels. And the first thing that people need to feel comfortable with is addressing is what their histories are, what their place is right now in the world. This a this other people, this creation, this the creator. And food acknowledges that exists within the food sovereignty space, holds all of that. So this idea of healing comes from these embers, from the knowledge itself, opening up that knowledge, that wisdom to a young heart or a young mind is naturally healing because knowledge is consciousness, and consciousness is energy and life. We saw those threads all throughout Indian country while developing this film, and there were a number of incredible, worthwhile stories, but we ended up having to select the stories that best fit the medium of visual storytelling. How do you hope this film can start perspectives on food systems? I take cues from the characters in our movie. What non-native, non-BOPOC audiences can't really see in a film like this is the fact that food systems work is life or death. The work has to be done in its fullest capacity right now, or we're going to continue to lose loved ones. And there's been a 500-year history of creating institutions that prevent physical, emotional, and spiritual health in Indian country. So there's a lot of work to do. There's a lot of people out there engaged in this work on very deep levels, from Denise Livingston to Sean Sherman to tens of thousands of other people. They need support, and that support is really two-sided. In some case, it's staying out of their way. That is an institutional perspective, a policy perspective, stopping or dismantling the systems that are purposely preventing them from doing their work to the fullest. The other form of support is delivering the resources or allyship that these organizations need. Less than one-third or 1% of American philanthropy goes to indigenous and organizations working with indigenous people in North America. And the vast majority of philanthropy comes from fortunes that are directly dependent on stolen land and enslaved bodies. So the inequity is based around the original extractive economy in the United States, but the solutions aren't coming from that same money. The characters in the movie don't necessarily present themselves as leaders or as examples, but rather as inspirations. Hopefully, they can inspire people to listen to their elders, to start helping the activists and advocates in their communities achieving community goals. As a young person, I was particularly inspired to see the young people with the Ancestry Guard take an initiative to bring youth into closer relationships and connections to traditional foodways. This is what I'm doing in the future with land and my community. Restore a relationship to sheep and crops. I notice how sensitive you are around this material and how you've really navigated the challenge of telling a story about Indigenous people for Indigenous people. Why was it important for you to do this film in a way that is not extractive and does not per- perpetuate patterns like tokenizing or romancing? The first documentary film ever was a 1929 film called Nanak of the North, which started an industrial ethnographic filmmaking, outsiders going into communities and telling stories, which on the surface isn't inherently problematic, but it just so happens that Nanak of the North was a completely recreation, entirely staged, extraordinarily explicit, and it set a pattern for outside filmmakers coming in communities all around the world and not working in partnership, much less with oneness of spirit and goals with these communities. So, in dealing specifically with the dark history of outsiders coming and making films about North Americans, that issue was a top of mind. Native kids get more media about their own people made by non natives than they do media made natives. And I've seen people coming and making films about the community that I'm a part of, and I've seen how inaccurate they were and how problematic they were. So it was a little bit of a challenge stepping up to the role of director of this film. But the Fast Nations Development Institute was explicit that they would be there to tell me what mistakes I was making and help guide the depth of the content. So, with that really deep friendship, I felt comfortable taking on a role that frankly I had no place to take. You found a lot of stories and gathered around the inequities that have led to lots of indigenous foodways, and right now there's a movement of indigenous people demanding their land back. I'm sure you heard the phrase or seen the hashtag pound laid back. And we're at a point where if you want to preserve foodways, if you want to have food sovereignty, if you want to save climate, land, and other reparations needs to go back to our communities. What's your thoughts on that? I can only speak about it from a food system standpoint. Readers will be familiar with the school to prison pipeline that a lot of African American children are subjected to, and that's an institutional racism any way you look at it. But there's a corollary for North Americans, men and women, to pull them back into the prison systems or the fine-based extractive government economy, and that's by denying them treaty access to land and denying them hunting and fishing rights, even when those rights are bound by treaties. We've seen, especially during COVID, even stay at home enforcement has resulted in fire and fines placed on Native Americans for harvesting, and these acorns can provide a year's worth of food. But if folks aren't being fined for going to Trader Joe's or Whole Foods, there's a deep-seated institutional racism around land use and land access on the most basic level, and the goal is basically to penalize Native people, pull them away from any sort of claim on the land, so that the extractive economy can take over. So the land back movement includes dismantling a system that literally prevents natives from feeding themselves. And this idea of public land being wilderness as opposed to something that requires human intervention has resulted to some degree in the massive wildfires in the West. Obviously, there's a climate change component, a strong one, but the lack of natives at the table when it comes to preventative fires and using fire suppression measures rather than controlled burdens is a direct result of these policies too. There's so much public land out there that's totally mismanaged, and non-native people need to realize that land back movements are critical to the survival of our environment. It's not ever so much an economic argument. It's about the survival of everybody living on Turtle Island. Today's food system is complex. How have the people in the film responded to it? I believe our characters have really enjoyed the movie. They have all been on a number of panels, and I think that they've been able to see the movie at least moderately effectively conveys the scale and scope and depth of their work. Audiences have been pretty effusive and non-judgmental and really supportive of their work, and it's been evident in the dozens and dozens of questions they have, not for me, but for our characters at every Q&A that we do. How have the subjects been impacted by the COVID epidemic? The San Carlos Apache Nation, where Tuala Cassandra lives, has experienced an almost entire shutdown and lockdown, and so travel on and off the res has been impossible. And I know a lot of Twilla's work involves meeting people and teaching people. She's been able to continue doing that on her reservation, but she hasn't been able to do the knowledge sharing that she usually does with people from different tribal nations. Cafe Gorbaso had to close, not permanently, but it had to shut down because of COVID. They couldn't serve food in a socially distant way on a reservation that was experiencing probably as high or even higher numbers per capita than Navajo was, obviously with a different time shadow. Filmmaker Q&A with Sanjay Rawal of Gather, the fight to revitalize our American natives' foodways. Susan Masor. Gather, the fight to revitalize our native foodways is an intimate portrait of the growing movement among Native Americans to reclaim their spiritual, political, and cultural identities through food sovereignty while battling the trauma of centuries of genocide. Gather follows Nephi Craig, a chef from the White Apache, Mountain Apache Nation, Arizona, opening an indigenous cafe. Elsie Dubé, a young scientist from the Cheyenne River Sioux Nation, South Dakota, conducting landmark studies on bison and the Ancestral Guard, a group of environmental activists from the Yuk Nation, Northern California, trying to save the Klamath River. This film was a critic's pick in the New York Times, September 2020. Suzanne Messler talked with director Sanjay Rabal. You made a film about Native Americans, but you're not a Native American yourself. How did you manage this sensitive issue? The first documentary we have, Nanook of the North, was made in 1922 by Anglo-American Robert Flaherty. He made up the rules as he went along, and what I understood from some local accounts was a collaborative process with his subjects and an intuitive community in northern Canada. The film spawned an industry of people who could afford to travel around the world and capture stories of people who they considered exotic. Today, most media about indigenous communities have been made by non-native people. I'm a person of color, yet not a Native American. I was mindful of the space I was entering. A great benefits were the strong relationships my partners at the First Nation Development Institute had in Indian country. We put the film together as a team. FUFNDI has a 40-year-old history of working on food issues in Native cultures. With them, I assessed the type of stories we could cover cinematically, including which tribal nations would be our focus. Without them, it would have taken me, a non native, several years to develop the trust that allowed me to work on the grounds in these communities. What is the focus of your film? The film looks at colonization and the destruction of food systems and at these attempting to revive them. It focuses on areas that were once colonized post 1870s west of the Mississippi, places where I could find the essential imagery, the photographic evidence I needed to tell those stories. The challenges was to hone a very large subject scope into something based in image. Structure is essential in film, as are length considerations, as is, of course, finding the best stories to tell. All storytelling, especially by an outsider, can come with a sense of exploitation. We wanted to have a clear, patriotic, or participatory role for our subjects to show them as the experts they are. We didn't want to go outside to present context. Because we had native producers, we were able to avoid stylistic pitfalls, that is, to avoid romancing or treating these people as their lives as anarchists. We picked characters based on their background, on their cinematic charisma, on how well they could carry a story without speaking. We didn't come to the film with a strong thesis. We let the people drive the narrative, drive the set of facts that are presented. What surprised you in the making of this film? Really? Getting to experience the front line of Native activism, learning about the role natives play as stewards of the land, and coming to understand that issues that many at first appear to be local can affect people thousands of miles away. The outcome of any kind of these efforts will have a bearing on how environmental clean the future will be for all of us. One story we follow in the film concerns activists from the Yukon Nation in Northern California, whose goal was the removal of four hydroelectric dams on the Klamath River. These dams had seriously undermined the health of the whole river system, a formerly rich fishing ground for the Yurok, and in turn almost completely undermined the livelihood of the Yurok people and their relationships with their environment. But the story isn't only about the Yukon people. People in LA might not be paying attention to this effort, but its success will have long term implications for the health of all California water and forest systems. I have always lived in cities, the Bay Area, New York. It can be hard for us urban folks to understand the whole chain of processes and people that affect us, how protecting resources in one community can affect all communities in North America. But the focus of the film is food, correct? Yes, and food traditions. Many of us had ancestors who remained in the same general part of the world for hundreds or thousands of years, so they knew the foodways, what you could eat and not eat, how you gathered and prepared your local food. They had strong cultural ties to their food systems. And these foodways intertwined with identity. These traditions and cultures and identities around food were one of the many things that were taken from Native Americans. One story in the film is about Nehi Craig, a chef from the White Apache tribe in Arizona. What he was doing was so relatable. He had a dream to open a high-end, affordable cafe on his reservation and bring together a network of native chefs dedicated to researching, refining, and developing Native American cuisine. And he faced all the challenges a dream like that could take. His understanding of ingredients and the rationale around cooking, how food intertwines with identity was so deep. But I don't want to make a Food Network film and show recipes. I wanted to show the role a chef, this chef, could play in advancing ideas in the food system. All the film stories weave together during the course of the film, but his is the spine. Native American Food Sovereign, an interview with filmmaker Sanjay Rao. Sanjay Rawal is a James Beard Award-winning filmmaker who spent 15 years working on global human rights campaigns. His films include Food Chains, about the battle of the coalition of Inaki workers against the largest agricultural conglomerates in the world, and 3100 Run and Become, about ultra marathons who value running as a spiritual exercise. A.V. Morgan, a Bioneers, talked to Sanjay about his latest film, Gather, the story of reclaiming food sovereignty in three North American indigenous communities. Amy, your field, Gather, tells the story of how young Yukok leaders, a Lakota high school scientist, and a White Mountain Apache chief are becoming indigenous foodways. What drew you to these particular people and their stories? Sanjay. My first film, Food Chain, was on the coalition of Amaki workers, the farm workers who picked tomatoes in southern Florida. As it happens, Spanish wasn't the first language for them, for any of them. They displaced migrant workers from indigenous communities in Oaxaca, Chiapas, and Guatemala. After that film, a further read it out to me. A reader reached out to me and asked me if I would make a movie on North American food sovereignty. The topic of native representation in is a serious one, and I felt as a non-native, even though I come from a country that has a horrific colonial past under the British, I didn't have the frame of reference to address the topic, but the funder assured me that I would be working with one of the partners, the First Nations Development Institute and Clue Bonero Bridges, who provided the indigeneity oversight that most, if not all, most natives in his space don't have. That's why there are bits of troops and mistakes that non-Americans more on this types of films. The film looks at the effects of colonization and genocide on the Native American food systems. Being in the form of visual media rather than a book, I'm limited by the access I have to visual media. I couldn't look at the East Coast tribes that experienced genocides in the 1860s and 1870s before there were photographs. So I looked at tribal nations were west of the Mississippi. By the time the U.S. government began moving west of the Mississippi, it had consolidated its military might and focus on North American extermination to a degree that hadn't before as an institution. There were probably no more heavily affected areas as a whole than the plains and the Appalachia, the area inhabited by Apache people in the Southwest. Sonhei Roja, California, native history is not taught. The fact that California is seen as a progressive bastion shows the reality that there is a Wild West spirit still in many areas of California. Many areas of California were settled by people from the Confederacy, and those traditions of manifest destiny, colonial Christianity, and white supremacy created a kind of perfect genocide storm that's still affecting California natives today in a way that progressive California is very much unaware of. That reality took us to the Yukon and neighborhood Hippa nations. Artie. Years ago, I attended a farming event at the Gila River Reservation in Arizona. Before things started, a group of about 10 folks circled up for a conversation. Half of us were white, half were native farmers, and out of the blue, one of the native farmers said, "My parents always taught me that white people lie, which of course is too often true. My question to you is, how did you, as an outsider, gain trust of these folks to be able to capture their stories?" Sanjay. In all honesty, it was primarily because the characters in the film had either worked closely with the First Nations Development Institute or had known intimately of their work. There are 574 federally recognized tribes and hundreds more that haven't gotten that political stamp of approval, but are very much native. It would have taken me years to develop relationships with any single native tribe that's featured in the film, but it was their trust in the folks from the First Nations Development Institute that opened the door. I had a great crew of partners on the film, all of whom had worked as outsiders in indigenous communities before. Our tactic number one was to stay out of the way, which meant was that really treating our characters as the experts as they are. We didn't even interview native academics unless they were actually from the tribes we were speaking of, living in those communities or worked with our characters. We realized very quickly that the film had to be completely in the voices of our characters with nobody external to any of these stories, natives or not. So I think that approach saved us from making 95% of the mistakes non-natives usually make. That said, we made sure First Nation was very much part of the editing process. They provided they pointed out a couple of things that I'm embarrassed about that we included in hindsight. They were just such obvious mistakes from a non-native perspective. It was really their oversight that made the film kind of ring true for Indian country. Artie. As the folks in the film review and carry on traditional ways as part of a collective community healing. Their work is also a way for them to heal personally from past traumas, addictions, incarceration, or living in a food desert. Gathering wild plants on the White Mountain Apache Reservation in Arizona. Sanjay. I can only speak peripherally of the effects of the food sovereignty and food systems on healing from colonial trauma. I just don't have the frame of reference for the historical trauma. What I observe for indigenous cultures all around the world, and really, if we look back into our own family needs, human beings weren't really nomadic. We had exceptional close relationships with the immediate environment and understood that the immediate environment was absolutely essential to our survival. We develop not just an intimate knowledge of the plant life and the animal life in these ancestral areas, but we also develop a sense of gratitude and thus a whole series of spiritual practices to expose that gratitude and to express the sacredness of the knowledge of survival. Indigenous communities in North America still have those spiritual connections to a good degree, even though a lot of that was almost destroyed. That spiritual connection forms a foundation for what we can consider food sovereignty. When people who are suffering from historical traumas of the devastation of capitalism on their communities are reintroduced to their traditional foods by Nimi Craig from White House. It wasn't just here, a squash. Here's some sage. It were, was on an introduction or reinduction to the lifestyle that their ancestors experienced pre-contact. That was a time when they were free from the yoke of continued occupation and colonization. It's not enough just to learn how to identify a squash. You end up learning how to love it by learning the songs and learning all the spiritual traditions that the ancestors practiced around those food ways and lifestyles, introducing people to traditional foods. Essentially, it is a first step in reintroducing them to their identity. That sense of self discovery, as we know, is the key to happiness for anybody, whether they're in the immediate grasp of suffering or whether they're more in the space of just trying to develop themselves free from trauma. Artie, when I was formulating these questions, I tried to be careful to not ask you to be in a position to speak for anybody but yourself. Sanjay, folks involved with the film know that I always overstep, so they have a lot of forgiveness. Artie, okay, Nepa Craig, the White Mountain Apache chief, said in the film, the food system has been colonized. He also said that alcoholism, diabetes, homicides, and suicides are the physical manifestations of colonization and that fighting for native foodways is a human right. Can you talk about how you see Nephi Craig overcoming colonialism? Sanjay, I think that when Nephi is speaking about decolonization, he's really speaking about economics, justice, and the right a person has to eat the right way they want to. Indian country is under our archaic system of governance, the governed effectively by the Bureau of Indian Affairs, which is under the Department of the Interior. There's a devastating set of policies that make it very difficult for natives to farm make it difficult to hunt and make it very difficult to serve kids in schools traditional foods. When Neffy talks about decolonization, it's about understanding the freedom that someone can experience when they're able to gather and grow and hunt their own food and to cook their food and to experience the change in identity that comes from connecting to your past. I'm making it sound complex, but for Neffy, I think it's simple. Cook the food of your ancestors and then figure out how everybody in the tribal community has access to that food. There's policy ratification, there's local economy ratification, there's ramifications around subsidies. Each of these limitations will vary from tribe to tribe. Artie, food sovereignty, the central theme of the film, is the paramount quest for the people in the film. When you meet all of these great folks to tell their stories, what did you personally learn about food sovereignty? Sanjay. Tuya Cassandre started a project called the Western Apache Diet Project, where a non-native colleague named Seth Polish, they began by interviewing elders who were born in the 1920s. Their first memories were probably in the late 1920s. They asked them if they could remember what was in the pantries of their grandparents, if they were in the kitchens in the late 1920s or 1930s, and their grandparents were 80, 90 years old. That means they were coming of age in the 1850s, 1860s. Pre reservation, their food system hadn't really been devastated by contact with non natives yet, and so they began putting together lists of ingredients in the Apache language and kind of copying together how these ingredients might be prepared. My theory is that all of us, at some stage, 300, 500, 1,000 years ago, were pretty much rooted to particular communities, with the exception of certain ethnicities like Azashanid Jews, who are just getting kicked out of places generation after generation. For example, my mom's side of the family has been in a particular place in southern India for thousands of years. If you're not acclimatized to the foods in your immediate environment, you die. You can't pass on your genes if you're born above the Arctic Circle. And you don't survive on a high fat diet. Forget it. So, conversely, it would make sense to say that our ancestors' genetics are very high specialized to particular foods in particular environments. When Twill began looking at these ingredients and began serving them to people, they were an immediately health effect, not just physical, but kind of a physiological health effect as well. These foods, in a sense, spoke to the genetic makeup of her people. I went back and asked my mom, who's now in her mid-80s, if she could remember what was in the pantry of her grandmothers who lived in the village. My mom listed ingredients that were pretty much unintelligible when it comes to modern Eastern Indian cuisine. In fact, none of these ingredients seemed familiar at all to me. At the same time, they're the most familiar ingredients to my genetics that I could ever come across. But the supply chain system of agricultural economics basically took these ingredients out of the marketplace and replaced the really tough red rice with mass-produced white basmati rice and substituted coconut oil, which was far in the south with ghee and butter and other things that could be developed on farms and shipped around the country in India. I realize there's a food sovereignty aspect in every family. Ingredients and preparations don't just connect you with your ancestors, but might hypothetically connect you with a deeper set of genetic knowledge and genetic memory. Artie, that reminds me of an experience that I had at some farm conference at Gila River. At one point, everyone was sitting around roasting corn on an open fire. The traditional food triggered a memory of one of the Oaken elders. When he was a kid, he'd ride out into the desert on a horse with his friends, and they would carry flatbread, baling wine, and matches. When the sun went down, they would catch flying insects, put them on the baling wire, make a fire, and pot roast them, and eat them on the flattened bread. That was their dinner. So I have to ask you about the pack rat hunt scene. It's a very visceral scene. I imagine a lot of people who watched that had a very strong reaction. Why wasn't it important for you? Why was it important for you to put that in the film? Sanjay, my weird academic fascination has always been with supply chains and looking at the destruction of genetic variety and the destruction of genetic choices because of the economics of agriculture. None of us in the United States who shop at supermarkets eat any sort of diet that's specific to our own genetics. Even at farmers markets, you pretty much get the same type of cherry tomatoes, mesclun lettuce, tubers, etc. in California as you would in the summer season at Union Square in Manhattan. It's always been really interesting to me how many people's global diets just morph into the Costco, Whole Foods, Trader Joe's diet once they move to North America. Any control over local food system is completely usurped by the power of these large supermarkets. I live in New York City. I eat a diet who's pretty much nothing like I eat or buy at the store that was traditionally grown in New York City. I think most New Yorkers have no idea what the food system would have been like pre New York. Most likely it was heavy on selfish, heavy on foul, heavy on a lot of proteins and plants that would now seem or taste strange. What fascinates me is to understand how media, television, normalcy dictates what we think is appropriate and what we think is inappropriate to eat. When I first learned about Twila's work trying to reintroduce pack rats as a protein source, it formed a microcosm of my own interests. The Spanish conquistadors, when they first started moving up from Mexico into what's now Arizona in the 1500s and 1600s, were basically coming from gigantic European cities where rats were uh, and India, when they saw Apaches roasting and eating rats, they were mortified. Through the process of Western education and conversion, they created a huge stigma upon this source of protein, which is completely relevant, completely sustainable, completely clean according to the timelines. When Apaches would traditionally hunt them, it was the first example I could think of in North America where an important food source was pushed out because of this European mode of thinking. When Twila was trying to revive it, there was a stigma that the Apaches who were introduced to it had to overcome as westernized Americans. Twiller's process of taking people out into the desert, teaching them how to hunt in this very unique way, and feeding it to them. She cooked it in incredible tasty ways. I hadn't I had it in a tamale, and how reclaiming this food was reclaiming the power over the food system that to me was the meaning of the film. There's no ingredient that we came across in the film that typified more than this little creature. Even though Americans destroyed the buffalo, there's always been a mythic symbolism of the buffalo. But rats, from the Western standpoint, are not seen as romantic. Artie, that's for sure. Speaking of buffalo, there's a scene where Elsie DuBois, the young Lakota high school scientist standing in the field with her father, says, "I love the sound of the buffalo," talks about her journey. She's a bridge person, blending her dual passions of traditional knowledge and science. Sanjay. Elsie is now a junior at Stanford University. As anybody who was filmed in the high school would reflect years later, she looks back at her confidence in wanting to combine Western scientists with Native American traditional knowledge with a little bit, in her words, embarrassment. She actually spent the first 2 years of a university career staying as far away from science as possible and trying to root herself in what I understand is the true basics for native science, a de-opening connection to her people in a spiritual sense. She is learning the Lakota language and immersing herself in Native American studies. As Dr. Gregory Cast of Santa Ana Puebla has written, it's through the spiritual lenses that first allowed a native scientist to observe an environment with a connect, correct perspective. Elsie recognized that, and I believe she's putting that fundamental element of native science and native ecology earnestly before she enters back into the field of molecular biology. Artie. Another scene of the mouth of the Klamath River. Samuel, the young Yukon man, is with a younger boy who had experienced some trauma. They see a group of seals laying on the other shore, and Samuel says to the boy, "The seals are our people too. Say hello to them, acknowledge them. What does that scene mean to you?" Sanjay. Sammy, much more than any of the character types that you're in Indian country. No one in his immediate group really has the academic potential of Elsie. They didn't have that kind of ambition and talent that Yvonne Craig was able to cook in some great kitchens. They're going to live on their tribal land for the rest of their lives, whether it's their choice or not. They're seeing their people gradually disappear, both culturally and civically. They have a tremendous burden of having to contemplate survival as teenagers and as young 20 years old. They didn't have access to any real economic or academic resources. They had to use their dedication and their determination at every step of the way. They literally started from scratch. Now, 4 or 5 years into their official project work, they're building gardens all over the Yukon Nation to redevelop self-sustenance, particularly when COVID decimated food systems and food supplies in that far-off section of California. They realized a deep, integral appreciation of their environment in its entirety. They were witnesses in it disappear, not just the salmon, but the plant life, the other aquatic life. And because of that, people's connections to the river and the outdoors, they began to understand that without the frame of reference with nature as a relative, that kind of appreciation wouldn't develop. So I think when Sammy speaks to that young boy, Ura, about understanding their place on their land, it really rings true in Yurik's ears that they aren't the apex inhabitants of their tribal land. I think that is a theme across Indian country. They have been given the role by the Creator of being stewards of the land, and that requires hunting and environmental management. But at the root of all, it is an understanding the very creatures, big or small, in your environment is your relative and should be approached with love and gratitude. I think that's the root of Sammy's own environmental ethics. That's one of the reasons why the York, the Hoa, the Kurks have been so successful at their campaigning to remove the four dams on the Klamath River. But Sammy's speech to the young Uri is the nucleus to the ethos and the environmental consciousness. The struggle has at times been violent, as shown in archival footage where there was police brutality on the river in the 70s and the 80s against the local native people who wanted to maintain their fishing rights. There's a whole series of issues in Indian country that are the same as the issues of Black Lives Matter. It's important to note that the economy of North America, or Island, from the early 1600s to the late 1800s was agricultural. Unlike the Spaniards who were looking for gold, Anglo-European Europeans understood the value of North America was the topsoil. They very quickly formed a sense of plantations up and down the East Coast, mainly in the Southeast, to grow cash crops. That was the way Mother England was going to benefit economically off its investment in the 13 colonies. Rather quickly, the American farmers' monoculation exhausted the fertility of the soils, and they wanted to move west. The royal decree of 1763 by the British military forbid American farmers from crossing the Appalachian Mountains. American farmers needed the British military support because they were literally in search of native farmland to steal. To depossess that land, they needed to kill natives. They were in need of military support to protect them from native incursions attempting to retake that land. That was the economic driver for the Revolutionary War. The history of agriculture in North America has always been a history of violence. When settlers were encouraged to go west of the Mississippi, they were going into lands that had been promised to the natives for time immemorial. And perpetually, although California had 18 treaties that were never ratified. So everywhere we see a farm, everywhere we see a ranch, everywhere we see the farming economic, it's literally built on genocide. That's not to say that anybody living today has responsibility for what their ancestors did, but that historically trauma is on both sides. Natives just recognize that there's trauma in their lives from that genocide. People on the other side don't recognize that trauma, or if they do recognize it, they refuse to deal with it. We're in a time when natives are still being policed for their traditional ways of hunting, for their traditional way of fishing, or gathering traditionally on land. They have been on increased set of ramifications during COVID, an increased set of policies to penalize natives for the use of their land. This is back to the initial example. African American bodies or police, their ability to gain economically is policed by institutions consciously or unconsciously. For natives, the primary objective of the American economy has always been to separate them from their land. That's a whole host of policies, from the way fish and wildlife police natives to be there, to the way the Bureau of Indian Affairs polices native access to land and resources that continue to perpetuate a genocide. That's what folks like Sammy and his cohort, the Ancestral Guard, are dealing with day by day. There have been a number of native youths that were filmed during COVID for hunting more than their licenses allowed them. But in essence, they weren't hunting and fishing to feed elders who couldn't physically leave their houses because of lockdown, who couldn't safely go on hunting on their own. It wasn't like the Yukon were trying to discriminate populations of elk or salmon. They were just trying to feed themselves in an environmental and economically sustainable way. They were hit with penalties that could result in losing their gun license, which these young teenagers and 20-year-old adults would never be able to hunt again for the rest of their lives. That would separate them from their land, and that's the end game. Party. Colonialization and oppression continues still. Sanjay, in very concrete, very measured, very institutional ways. Artie, the totem species of Lakota is the buffalo, and for the York is the salmon, which obviously are living entities of the world. I would suggest that the icons of modern society are the iPhone, the car, and the computer, which obviously are machines. Samuel, the young Yukon leader, towards the end of the film says, the Industrial Revolution is over now. If we want to survive, if we want to carry on living on the earth, we need to be part of the restorative revolution. Yet, he also said that if salmon disappears, the Yukon will follow Elsie's father, Fred Decoy, the, Lava, the Lakota buffalo rancher said. By destroying the buffalo, they tried to destroy the Lakota. These are very deep expressions of a relationship that these indigenous people have with the more natural world. What do you think industrial society is losing by its disconnection to the natural way? That's a great question. Industrial society and capitalism, in essence, are based on one principle: ex- extinction. Extracting goods from one place and they're shipping them, in some cases thousands of miles, to another place to combine these products, whether they're petroleum products, minerals, food, or water, with other inputs to create something that has value in the market. Extractive capitalism creates a tremendous amount of inequality. That inequality isn't just economic. We know from the thousands of studies that the elite don't suffer from environmental issues. They haven't suffered to some degree from the pandemic as lower classes of people have. At some point, there's going to be a proverbial tipping point where life is just not sustainable for the non-elites. Before that happens, as Stammy suggests, we need to reframe our relationship with Mother Earth and begin to practice things that restore rather than extract. I think what Sammy's trying to say is that we can't have the same level of consumption as we had in the last 100 years. There needs to be a whole scale shift in philosophy. He and his people have referred to that as the restorative revolution, as the bedrock principle of environmental justice. The film opens with a quote from Crazy Horse, who lived in the 1800s. The Red Nation will rise again and be a blessing for a sick world. How do you think your film reflects on that prophecy? That's a personal wish. I wish that one day the negative ethos will permeate larger Western society. As an outsider, I see that as essential to survival. But that expansion of that philosophy isn't going to happen unless Indian country is allowed to redevelop itself on its own terms. There's wishful thinking of having native practices and native approaches permeate all of Western industry. But in the past, that has led to cultural apparition and a dilution of the power of these philosophies and approaches. The purpose of the movie was to make something that Indian countries would use as a tool. As a filmmaking team, we have been shocked by the interest of non-natives in this film. One of the reasons why I think the film ended up being good was because we made it for natives audiences. We didn't over-explain. We didn't have to explain to the natives what genocide was. We didn't have to go through colonial history. We didn't have to really explain trauma. We just drove right into the topic. The idea was to prioritize Indian country first and have India country for its own sake. Let the individual communities grow and prosper and straighten on their own terms. If there are partnerships to be made with the non-native world, that further tribal nations great. But if these tribal nations don't want to have contact, don't want to share with outside communities, that's their choice. The quote reflects my hope that one day Indian country will be strong enough and will be back on its own feet to such a degree that their practices and their approaches, their descendants, can have a more powerful role in leadership in all our industries. We're beginning to see that with Dale Holden of the Laguna Pueblo tribe, nominated for the Secretary of the Department of Interior. Her position as the overseer for the Bureau of Indian Affairs would be quite monumental. The more natives that we have in these positions of leadership from politics to the economy, the stronger our own chance is of survival.
January 25th, 2020. The Wild West. It seems to me that Western man is still living in, conquering the Wild West. We still have the mindset that life must be conquered. Mind you, we annihilated millions of Indians along the way, yet we still don't have any remorse in doing so. You would think that we might change our ways. Yet this is embedded into our consciousness. We feel conquering is the only way, whether it's war, politics, sports, or business. There are winners and losers. We even fight with Mother Earth. We take and steal precious resources without any sense of morals or ethics. The following is from CNN. Prince Charles made these statements. Only a revolution in the way the global economy and financial markets work can save the planet from the climate crisis and secure future prosperity, Prince Charles warned on Wednesday. We can't go on like this, with every month another record in temperatures being broken, he told CNN in an exclusive interview at the World Economic Forum in Davos, Switzerland. If we leave it too long, and we have done, just growing things is going to become difficult. The heir to the British throne and lifelong environmentalist was speaking to CNN after he threw down a challenge to the global business and financial elite in Davos to lead a paradigm shift, one that inspires actions at revolutionary levels and pace to avert the approaching catastrophe. Do we want to go down in history as the people who did nothing to bring the world back from the brink in time to restore the balance when we could have done? I don't want to, he told the audience at the WEF's 50th annual meeting. We must change our awareness and consciousness. We are nonchalantly sawing the branch we are sitting on. Every human on earth holds a precious piece of the puzzle.
Inside, outside. The indigenous people all around the world have a reference point of inside, outside, and the state between inside and outside. The Western world's reference point is always external. We always desire something external. The world around us is built on consuming and conquering. Companies battle for you buying products from them. We take precious resources from the living earth as there are infinite amounts. The Aborigines have existed upon the land for over 100,000 years. They're custodians of the land. Even if a culture could literally hear the grass grow, they have incredible perception. They live in the state of the inside, outside, and the between worlds. The earth is alive. The universe is alive. The Western concept is inanimate objects have no awareness. Recently, I read an incredible article that describes the nature of consciousness. It was talking about a term called pantheism. During the 1920s, Bertrand Russell came up with this term. It's kind of like what came first, the chicken or the egg? What comes first, a human body and mind? Or is there awareness beyond that? Is the universe aware and conscious? Is there a cosmic quantum soup of consciousness? Does a rock or a flower aware? Does consciousness require a form? How big or how small can the form be to be aware? Is dark matter aware? Is the sun in the sky aware? What denotes awareness? Some people think, which I also do, that the foundation of the universe is consciousness. The entire universe is aware. Before the Big Bang, consciousness existed. This is not the first time a universe was created, nor will be the last time. Like the incoming of breath and the outflow of breath, the universe comes and goes. Granted, it takes billions of years, but still, that's a blink of an eye for eternity. In this article, they describe that even particles are alive and aware. They are part of a cosmic soup which everything is tied together. The entire universe is comprised of this soup. Imagine making a homemade soup. You, you blend it all together and combine milk or cream. Your family loves it. Now, can you take out a single ingredient? You can't. In the same way, there's a universal soup of consciousness which we are part of. It is quantum. It is beyond time and space. We always think linearly. In the quantum world, the past, present, and future are melded together. There's a whole set of chaotic laws that we can't even conceive. Man thinks that by using logic they can understand the quantum soup, but it's beyond logic and rational thinking. I think the great mystics got a piece of the puzzle. Not the entire puzzle, but a piece of the puzzle contains the whole puzzle. It's like a hologram. A small piece contains the entire piece of the puzzle. What if a person who meditates can be in a place where they're receptive to the inner light inside? Imagine this light is the same light as the quantum universe. Everything is a part of this light. E equals mc squared. Everything is energy and light. Everything is alive and aware. It seems like the Western world is slowly catching up to the awareness that the universe is alive. The Aboriginals have known this for thousands of years, and we call them primitive. During the time period that the Western man thought the world was flat, the Aborigines knew the earth and universe is alive.
Sound of the grass growing. Over time, when one learns to enter the dreamtime state, one gets extremely sensitive to nature. So sensitive that one can hear the sound of the grass growing. So sensitive one can hear the sweet melodies of the earth and the universe. Deep listening is essential. One must be focused on both the external and internal. The senses must be heightened. Only when the mind is calm can one have this type of experience. It's our true nature, but we are completely removed from it. It seems impossible because we are so removed from it. Our awareness is focused on our 9 to 5 existence. Our goals are different. We want a car, a big house, vacations, and all sorts of things. Thereby, we don't pay attention to Gaia, the dreamtime state, and the universe. The Aborigines have been doing this for over 100,000 years. Dreaming ears, dreaming eyes. The Aboriginals have talked about this for thousands of years. This is not a foreign concept for indigenous people and mystics through the land. We have internal senses just like we have external senses. I say, the more you pay attention to something, the more attention it pays to you. In the beginning, one meditates upon the universe. After some time, the universe meditates upon you. Big difference. We have everything set in place when we are born. Humanity must flip the switch to understand this riddle.
Palace in the sky. O seeker of truth, I have witnessed such a great one. A well suspended in the sky from which ambrosia ceaselessly flows. A lame person climbs to it without any ladder and drinks jugs of that nectar. Gongs, conches, and kettle drums ring out without being played by anyone. The deaf hear them and become ecstatic. They lose track of body and mind. Up there is a palace without foundation, which is radiant with light. The blind seize it and are so overjoyed they can't stop talking about it. In that place, a person dies, yet continues to live and has strength without eating food. Brahmanan says that only a rare soul can understand his tale. Commentary. I first heard this poem when I was 18 years old in India. It made a precious memory inside of me. There is a jewel inside that mankind can discover. Only a wise man understands what I'm talking about.
The farmers restoring Hawaii's ancient food forest that once fed an island. Maui is a hub for GMO research, but indigenous farmers are trying to bring back the abundant and thriving landscape of their ancestors. By Nina Lahani in Maui, with photographs by Ben Oyster. Rain clouds cover the peaks of the West Maui Mountains, one of the wettest places on the planet, which for centuries sustained biodiverse forests, providing abundant food and medicines for Hawaiians who took only what they needed. These days of abundance and food sovereignty are long gone. Rows of limp lemon trees struggle in windswept, sandy slopes, depleted by decades of sugarcane cultivation. Agricultural runoffs choking the ocean reef and water shortages linked to overtourism and global heating threaten the future viability of the Paradise Island. Between 86% and 90% of the food eaten in Maui now comes from imports, while diet-related diseases are soaring, and the state allocates less than 1% of its budget to agriculture. Downslope from the rain-soaked summits, there is historic drought and degraded soil. We believe that land is the chief, the family its servant, says Kaipo Kahana, 38, who with his wife, Rachel Kaipo, has transformed several acres of depleted farmland into a dense food forest on a mountain ridge. Kaipo Kaluna's farm has been transformed from depleted farmland into a dense food forest. The soil there, the soil there is once again full of life, with ringing worms and multicolored insects busy around the layered roots and mulch. The food forest provides a glimpse of the ancient forests that for millennia thrived on these slopes until being burnt multiple times to create cropland, a cultural and ecological tragedy documented in traditional songs, chants, and stories. The couple are indigenous farmers, ancient knowledge keepers, and part of a wider food and land sovereignty movement gaming movements in Hawaii. It's a huge challenge. Traditional Hawaiian farmers have to contend not only with the historical drought, erratic rainfall, and deadly natural pathogens, but also the dominance of industrial, agricultural, and foreign capital in Hawaii. The state becomes the biotech geomed capital of the U.S. after agrochemical transnationals were welcomed to open research fields with fewer restrictions on potential toxic pesticides. In, in Keona and Kaipus Food Forest in Maui, there are no pesticides or synthetic fertilizers. Cover crops and tilling are also thrown out. Traditional farming is about facilitating natural processes in order to feed the soil so that the land can feed us, said Kokona. Indigenous farming practices in Hawaii are guided by the lunar cycles and wind patterns, knowledge which was also passed down orally over generations and even documented in newspaper articles going back to the 19th century. These oral histories and archives have played a crucial role in how farmers like Kekona, who didn't grow up speaking the Hawaiian language due to forced assimilation policies, steward the land today. Kekona kawana holds fruit from a milo tree that produces a bright yellow-green dye. Kaipo's children use the dye produced by the fruit as paint at their summer camps. The whole island was once a giant, thriving food forest until colonial settlers in the 18th and the 19th century stole the land, water, and labor to create industrial monocrop plantations, mostly sugar and pineapples for export. This depleted the soil of its nutrients, carbon, and water, and the Maui people and climate security. The goal is to knock the empire down and replace those corporate guys with something more environmental sustainable, which reflects our values. The Kakoa was part of the indigenous sovereignty movement, reconnecting Hawaii's with their lands and traditions. Organized chaos. A canopy system is central to a food forest. On Kakoa's farm, sugarcane, papaya, coconuts, bangles, coffee, and candlenut trees provide shade and absorb water, nutrients, and leafy litter, while moss and ferns help suppress weeds and distinct insects. In between are the cash crops such as the starchy root vegetable, taro, a traditional Hawaiian staple, revered as an ancestor sweet potato, breadfruit, turmeric, and peppers, while other nutritional rich crops are mostly used for mulching or fertilizer. Papaya trees help create a canopy system that is central to a food forest. It looks chaotic compared with order monocropping, but each plant takes what it needs to thrive while contributing to the growth and development of its peers and future generations. The 30 moon phases used in the traditional Hawaiian calendar dictate when to plant, weed, water, and harvest. Cardboard, compass, and organic mulch are layered like lasagna to regenerate the soil, which, which beds made from logs create inviting nooks for microbes to thrive. Fish, carcasses, seaweed, shells, and other ocean scraps are mixed with fermented plants such as coffee husks to make organic fertilizer, a Korean technique adapted for Maui. Unlike industrial agriculture, diversity is key. There are 9 varieties of avocado and coconuts, 3 native bananas, 6 sweet potatoes, and 27 types of cacao in orange, purple, and brown. Some are coveted for the starchy sweet roots used for porridge. Others produce tastier leaves and stems for stews, and one variety smells and tastes just like popcorn. Drought tolerant varieties are becoming increasingly important. Non-native species such as passion fruit, lemongrass, papaya, perennials, peanuts, and coffee are cultivated to enrich the soil with nutrients such as nitrogen, provide shade or wind cover, or just because they taste good. It's a consistent cycle. Everything exists together at the same time, with crops always feeding the soil and nurturing each other cyclical. This is the essence of the forest food system, which our ancestors passed down to us over centuries. Maui is one of the largest islands in Hawaii, a Polynesian archipelago located 2,500 miles from the west coast of the United States mainland, making it one of the most remote populated landmasses on the planet. It's a subtropical biodiversity hotspot where flora and fauna adapted over millennia to a wide range of ecosystems and microclimates. But ecological destruction over the past century or so has also made it the extinction capital of the world. At its heart, the traditional Hawaiian farming system is about creating a sustainable relationship between community and agriculture by re-establishing the connection between culture and land. It isn't just about looking back, but rather mixing ancient regenerative farming practices with modern tools and technologies to meet the climate and food challenges facing Hawaii in the 21st century. It's not easy. Access to land, water, credit, and housing remains disproportionate, controlled by the economic and political elites, namely big ag and tourism. One firm, Monsanto, now owned by the German pharma giant Bayer, operates on Oahu, Molokai, and Maui, where it develops genetically modified corn varieties using cooking oil, processed food, alcohol, and animal feed, testing new seed with an unknown combination of potential toxic agrochemicals. Bayer is among 4 agrochemical corporations that control 60% of the global seed market and more than 80% of pesticide sales. Dark red dirt from Maui's research and development fields, which are surrounded by 3 times of metal fencing spread across the downwood residential areas, with fine particles coming furniture even when the windows are kept shut. Last year the company was fined $22 million after pleading guilty to multiple criminal charges for the illegal use, storage, and disposal of hazardous and banned chemicals. Monsanto was described as a serial violator of federal environmental laws by Department of Justice attorney. The Guardian's request to visit the Maui's research facility was denied. Over the past decade, agrochemical companies like Monsanto have used lawsuits and political lobbying to delay and limit regulatories on GMO crops and pesticides in Hawaii, con- convincing many farmers and land makers that without them, agribusiness would collapse. But the pandemic exposed the dangers and fragility of the global industrial food system, triggering an almost existential crisis for island communities like Maui, which depend on imports and tourism for economical and food security. The Maui Hub, co-founded by Autumn Ness Wright, is the island's first formed box service connecting small farmers and producers to residents. Letting a chemical company pollute the island to feed the world while we suffer food insecurity is beyond ironic, said Autumn Ness, the Hawaiian programmer, director of Beyond Pesticides, and co-founder of the Maui Hub, the island's first farm box scheme which connects small farmers and producers to residents. What's stopping Hawaii feeding its own people is not a lack of knowledge or skill, it's the power structure, the ongoing plantation mentality, which tips the scale in favor of big ag and developers, right, rubbishing traditional knowledge. We need to change this narrative because without radical change, what will be left of this place in 100 years? A Bayer spokesman said the company's research diligently complies with federal and state pesticide laws. We place the highest priority on the safety of our products and the sustainable of the land where we live and work. Forest family. At Honokuna Farm in the Central Valley, 37-year-old Koa Hiwaha and his family of foresters mix generation indigenous knowledge and modern technologies to repair the damage caused by intensive cattle ranching and decades of pesticides and synthetic fertilizers. Kanu Rich Connery, forestry assistant manager at Honolulu Water Plants on the farm. The restoration project is fundamentally about cooling the climate to return the rains and the pollinators, the forest birds that were wiped out or forced to higher altitudes to evade avian malaria tsunami mosquitoes. The mosquitoes line the altitude at which the insects cannot survive because it's not cold has has risen dramatically due to deforestation. The forest is considered akin to an extended family, somewhat wildly and unpredictable, but resilient and stronger together than apart. The lofty, flowering acacia and micro trees are natural-born givers, captivating fog and rain to distribute moisture outwards like a lawn sprinkler and down to recharge aquifers, while the ground cover plants such as moss and ferns act like a living mulch and create a healthy ecosystem for all sorts of useful microorganisms. Hokunu Farm has become 25 acres of thriving edible and non-edible codependent plants, a technique called Polynesian agroforest. So far, they have transformed 25 acres of lifeless land into a thriving, organized jumble of edible and non-edible codependent plants, a technique the families called Polynesian agroforest. Hirova said, "Our yields cannot match farming, but our industrial farming, but a return on investment is the healthy land and water we leave for our kids. This isn't just about bringing back the rains, it's the right thing to do as Hawaiians. Restoring Hawaiian fish ponds, revitalizing food systems and culture. The koa, or fish ponds, in Hawaii are a chance to wrest food security and culture back from American colonization. By Ray Levi. People Over Plastic co-founder and host Shipley Charlerete and Pristine's climate justice reporter Ray Leve Ugata examines how local Hawaiians are taking back food security and culture from American colonization and the ongoing threat of climate change, militarization, and tourism. Most days, Lapoa Poa rides his bike in a quarter of a mile from his home in Molokai, Hawaii, to the nearby Kupika Lukia, or fish pond in English, where he's the kid looks like the guardian. Fish ponds are created by an ancient Hawaiian ecological and food production practice that involves fostering a healthy and safe carve out within the ocean. However, fish ponds have faced years of neglect and despair, evidencing of decades of colonialism and forced assimilation by the U.S. government have separated Hawaiians from their culture. In recent years, Hawaiians have been leading an effort to honor and re-implement land practices and foodways that kept the Hawaiian Islands healthy and Hawaiians peoples fed. And the year since the pandemic began, developing a food system that's independent from colonial and mainland U.S. imports and adaptive to the impacts of climate change has proven even more important. Those who can care for fish ponds and lead the restoration efforts insist that while colonial history can't be undone, its impacts can be healed if the land is healed. Restoring fish ponds and traditional foodways. Popo was raised in the traditional style of Hawaiian fishing when he was young. Older men brought him to the ocean to observe their practices. There was no talking, just careful observation and development of his own intuition, both of which are vital parts of caring for and restoring the fish ponds. In Hawaiian language, observation is called kilo, or a skill that needs to be honed over years of working directly with the land. It's so second nature that Popo can't exactly describe what goes into it, but he can say what he's looking for. He's looking for invasive species like algae, gaps in the rock wall, and native fish swimming around. These are different types of lokokia, most of them built 800 to 1,000 years ago, but most have the same main features. A rock wall made of pieces of lava or other found rock. A gate in the wall that allows small and mid-sized fish to come and go, but prevents larger fish from swimming out into the ocean, and a bountiful ecological of algae, phytoplankton, and coral, anything the fish might want to feed off. In 2018, Popo and his wife, Melina Popo, founded a nonprofit organization to formalize the restoration of the Kipi Loka, one of the many efforts across the Hawaiian Islands to return the local to working order. It was also a response. Popo said to the growing grips of, tourism on the island, changes that climate change was bringing to the land, and lack of action in response to those pressures. The politics of the island seem like we have to provide more examples of Molokai that we mean business when we're saying that we don't want more tourism. We don't want development, Popo said. We need more dirt on our fingers. Now, Popo leads the restoration of the Lokai. Volunteers help repair the rock wall, which is always floating away. So you got to put them back up, he said. Day by day, the work changes between clearing, pollution, doing, kilo, and following up kilo with water monitoring that can offer an empirical data point about water health and quality. There are plant pollutants like invasive algae and mangrove, which prevents fish from swimming into the cocoa and disrupt the pH balance of the water. And there are other pollutants like sediment runoff and oil from the highway when there's a heavy rain. The Hawaiian Islands sit in the Pacific Ocean, which spits out pollution and plastic thousands of miles away. Popo said that he's found plastic buckets, fishing nets, toothbrushes, and nylon balloons caught in the Lokoa. But even then, these are the kinds of pollutions that Popo and volunteers remove easily, even if the work is tedious. What less exactly navigable are the changes that was worsening climate change is bringing, like raising sea levels and the loss of shoreline. We are more sensitive to changes in the environment and the climate, Popo said. It's a question if we're going to be able to beat the clock between now and 3.2 millimeters, Popo said, referring to the predicted sea level per year. There's a height where the fish pond will cease to exist. Getting off the system of imports. The counts of Lokoa differ depending on whom you ask. Some studies say there are 255 across the Hawaiians now, while others point to 500 different fish ponds. Pilike Flores, the High Hopula coordinator at Okona Fish Pond in Kauai, estimates there might have been over 1,000 at some point, but many of them were either washed away by tsunamis and never restored, or intentionally destroyed by plantation owners and colonists in the 18th to 20th centuries. Until the contact with colonialists in the late 1700s, Hawaii had a robust and self-sustaining food system. From the land and small farms, Hawaiians ate a wide variety of fish, root vegetables like taro, and fruit. Over the next 100 years, colonizers would introduce pigs, cattle, and goats, which tore out the landscape and decimated forest areas. The overturn of the Hawaiian government by the U.S. military in 1893 gave way to the plantation era, which ravaged thousands of acres of land to create sugarcane and pineapple plantations. After World War II, the tourist industry ballooned, and as more non-Hawaiians started to frequent and settle in the islands, food imports increased to meet their dietary demands. In 1960, over 6,000 farms were operational in Hawaii, with locally grown foods seeking a rapid decline over the next 10 years. Now, Hawaii imports more than 80% of its food at a cost of $3 billion annually, and nearly 90% of the small farms of the island earn less than $50,000 annually. This method of food production, or rather food procurement, is expensive. A family of four is expected to spend on average of $14,000 annually on food, while imports are plentiful. A third of it goes back bad before it reaches actual customers, and the high price of food helps to absorb the losses. The land is rich enough to feed all Hawaiians and people who live on Hawaii, but nearly half of Hawaiians' families with children say they don't have enough food. A survey from the University of Hawaii found that 27% of Native Americans are food insecure. Flores said that on Kauai, where he lives, residents have 2 days' worth of supplies to sustain themselves if imports don't arrive. Once we start feeding ourselves, we can get off the system, Flores said. That's what the system is really relying on, that everyone zombie out. Flores hopes that when the fish pond is fully restored in 4 years, Hawaiians won't be dependent on the shipping containers that gets uploaded in Kauai's ports every day. Flores and others with the nonprofit Mailina Huna are working quickly to heal the fish pond along the Unuia River on the island, which is overgrown with invasive red mangroves, harmful algae, and layers of sediment. The team is working in phases to address each of the contaminants, and Flores is hopeful that in the long run, the fish pond can be a self-sustaining system that helps feed and supports the ocean's fish populations. We're on the brink of being able to tell our next generation that, oh yeah, we've seen the pond dying in our generation, Flores said. According to the organization's calculations, the mangroves would have enclosed the whole fish pond into more decades and blocked all water flow. Even in this beginning phase of clearing mangroves, baby fish are starting to restoring community health. As a valued patient of Hana Health, you have the opportunity to participate in our exciting new program, Maliha. Come, let's eat Hawaiian style. Prior to colonization, native Hawaiians were very healthy, with hardly any chronic health conditions. The goal, if this program is to restore your good health by moving away from the unhealthy Western diet to the traditional Hawaiian diet. Eat like your life depends on it. The traditional Hawaiian diet is one of the most wholesome diets in the world, consisting of taro, poi, fish, sweet potatoes, ulu, fruit, leafy vegetables. By participating in the Mali program, Hana Health is responsible providing you with a weekly grocery bag containing traditional Hawaiian foods, educating on the cultural importance of the traditional Hawaiian diet to the health of you and your ohana. You will be responsible for signing a consent to participate in the program, competing and submitting a weekly food log, obtaining an annual wellness exam and lab work. By removing barriers and increasing access to traditional foods, the expected outcome is a healthier for you and a healthier Hana. Hana Health. The Administration for Native Americans has awarded Hana Health a $1.6 million grant over 3 years for the project Restoring Community Health. Project support is also provided by Honopono, a native Hawaiian organization and longtime partner in Hana's Health Wellness Program. The goal of the project is to reduce the number of Hana District Native Americans with poorly managed diabetes and hypertension who are on high risk, overweightness, obese, through a transition to a more traditional diet. Hana Health intends to expand its Hana fresh farm operations to include the cultivation of traditional food crops, kalo, sweet potatoes, ulu, and others, for distribution to Hana's health diabetic patients and those patients who are in high risk overweight. Hana Health will also be looking to source products from local kalu farmers and fishermen when project implementation gets underway in February 2021. Poor access to traditional Hawaiian food crops is an important factor influencing food choice, especially for low-income consumers. Food insecurity is associated with poor physical health, diabetes, and hypertension. Nearly half of Hawaiians residents with diabetes are food insecure, and 42% of those with heart disease or a history of stroke are food insecure. The COVID-19 pandemic has further impacted food security as job losses negatively impact household income, while the cost of most food is increasing. It's expected that improving access and transitioning back to a more traditional diet will help to restore good health to the Native American community. We are Kanaka. We have this place. We are Hawaiian. Other farming adaptations that combine ancestral foods with modern technologies are emerging to meet the food security needs of Hawaiian families and the challenges brought by a changing climate. Aquaponics policy is a really unique opportunity to utilize ancient technology, said Josh Mori, the executive director of Iwana, an educational and cultural organization that sells directly to consumers via farm stands, maintains contacts with 11 restaurants on the island, and teaches young people aquaponic farming. He said this summer has presented challenges he hasn't seen before, particularly with hotter water temperatures. The farm produces lettuces, arugula, watermelon, and other fruits. Manure from fish, typically tilapia, is later used as fertilizer. The system is holistic, and Moni says it mimics how fish ponds are a part of the continuous water cycle that flows from the mountains to the ocean to the sky and back again. Because of the heat this summer, water temperatures hovered around 84 degrees, which Mari said makes it difficult for plant roots to absorb any nutrients. Water divisions from the rivers on the west side of Kauai by contractors and private companies for the later use by the U.S. military also pose a long-term threat to the sustainability of the island's ecosystems. For now, Mori is hopeful that Iwika is demonstrating that food production can be regenerative and offer healthy food that has a low carbon footprint as Hawaiians continue to reclaim traditional farming and traditional farming practices. Other efforts are working to bring regenerative aquifer systems directly into Hawaiian backyards. Ilana Ho Lasnana, a third-generation Native American resident of Wainapo, Hawaii, and co-founder of the Waiamalo Pono Research Hui, piloted a project in 2018 to install aquaponic tanks in residents' backyards so they could grow their own food and raise their own fish. In the 4 years since then, she said they have installed hundreds of aquaponic systems which mimic the workings of a traditional loaka. What she noticed more in the past years, though, isn't just the desire to wrest control of food systems away from the Matson containers, but a drive to heal community and the ocean together. Tours slowdown brought by the pandemic allowed the beaches to rest for a few months, and Ho Latsama said that gave way to a big limu or algae bloom. Her father, who's 77, didn't think he would see something like this in his lifetime. She and others are still seeking positive growth and the return of native fish populations. The abundance of life in the ocean is beautiful. It's amazing. It's transformative, Ho Latmasa said. It's also allowed for the newest generations of Hawaiians to know the ocean and their Hawaiian heritage from a young age. Ho Latsama said that she and many of her generation wasn't raised knowing the Hawaiian language, just one of many of the ways ongoing colonization has spliced Hawaiian culture from its people. There was a time that people were ashamed to be in Hawaii, Ulasawa said. There's a movement now, she said, to take back what is meant to be Hawaiian by learning language, history, culture, and traditions. In other words, there is a movement to resist the Americanization that the tourist industry and system of food imports are implicitly advocating for. Now, Holasama said, all of the practices come alive again, that generations are now in their 30s, and they're raising their children from birth and all of our practices. We're just closing the gap, she added. We are Kankana. We are this place. We are Hawaii. Restoring our Limu practices. Restoring ourselves. By Sylvia Hensi. Holognina. To return. Send back. Return. Aloha. Like most Hawaiians, I grew up eating limu. In our blended Hawaiian-Japanese household, limu was a normal part of our diet. I remember my mother prepared miso soup with wakame, a Japanese seaweed, and pickling manor, which the Japanese call ogo, with onions as a side dish. Family friends in Maui would often send to us wailaki, the seaweed also known as rat's feet, which Mom chopped up fine and used sparingly. But my favorite was always limu kohu. To this day, whenever my husband goes to Young's Fish Market to buy Hawaiian food, he would make sure to buy a few of these little balls of limu kohu for me. In this issue, we celebrate the state's proclamation of 2022 as a year of the limu. The designation is the result of the years of effort by limu practitioners from across the Panaina, united under the Limu Hawaii Network, supported by nonprofit Kua Ana Ulu Ananu. For 20 years, Kua has pursued a vision of Ani Manama, abundant and healthy ecosystems in Hawaii that contribute to community well-being. In many ways, I see the work of limu practitioners to restore to abundance across Wapiana the many varieties of native limu depicted by a combination of over-harvesting development, invasive species, and climate change as a metaphor for the larger work of restoring abundance to our lihu. It's all connected, restoring ohana practices, restoring cultural practices, restoring mama ana practices, a restoration of and returning to practices that will sustain us physically but also spiritually. The ike that our modern limu practices carry and their efforts to ensure this, like Ike, continues to be carried forward to upcoming generations, is a reminder that our people were experts at Malina Aina resource management. Kanaka Moai has always been scientists. We observed and then we analyzed that data and act on it. We combine theory with pono action and a consciousness that transcends human needs and desires. The near extinction of some varieties of native limu is also a grim reminder that when the structures of our society are disturbed, whether environmental, social, cultural, or spiritual, we are endangered. We must be alert to what is happening, and intentional about our response to these risks, lest we wander too close to extinction ourselves. There's no denying that this world is often chaotic and frequently unpredictable. We have challenges to address here at home, but at the same time, we are connected to world events outside of our Pana'ana. I find that in these moments there's a beauty in simplicity and a return to basics. Our Ohana, our Mo'abuna, and our Ina are foundations for our Lana. These are our basics. When we return to our foundation, there is an alignment that helps calm the spirit, allows us to breathe, to see clearly, and to start strong and sure-footed against the tempest, allowing us to navigate our ohana, or kaluhu, our luinano, through turbulent times. Sylvia M. Husey, Chief Executive Officer. In a bid to help Hawaii feed itself, scientists are using modern technology to revive 2,000-year-old fish ponds. By Kalu Yu. Learning nearly 90% Hawaiians' food is imported from the mainland. Restoring ancient fish ponds could help the state achieve food sovereignty. Knee deep, knee deep in the still waters of the Lokaha, fish pond on the north coast of Oahu, a group of sixth graders work side by side, laughing and chatting cheerfully as their gloved hands pull invasive grass weeds from a 12-acre brownish pond encircled by banks of nearly trimmed green grass. The students are part of the exploration programs at Hawaiian's Kamehameha schools, and they aren't just having fun. They're learning how fish ponds in the Hawaiian language are vital to the survival of the community and possibly the future of the islands. All across Hawaii, there's a growing movement to restore Hawaii's ancient fish ponds, manage natural ponds used in fish farming, most of which has fallen into despair since colonization. For an archipelago so blessed with natural resources, Hawaii currently imports up to 90% of its foods annually, making it vulnerable to natural disasters, pandemics included. In fact, only 10 days of fresh produce would be available across the islands if shipping was disrupted. The solution, it's hope, combines the tradition of the past with the technology of the future. Although fish pond restoration is both expensive and underfunded, an alliance of community groups and scientists are dedicated to this arduous project. The goals are self-sufficiency and food sovereignty, increasingly urgent as food insecurity in Hawaii is exacerbated by the coronavirus. At full capacity, a restored fish pond could produce up to 300 to 500 pounds of fish per acre annually in perpetuity. Lahaina countries, Ohana education, visits located for hands-on learning and restoration products. How fish ponds work. Brenda Asuncion, a coordinator for KUA, a community-based initiative to restore and protect the natural resources Hawaiian, says the organization is working to restore around 60 fish ponds across the islands. Hawaii's history of agriculture dates back 2,000 years. Kupana, Hawaiians' ancestors, had a deep connection to the land, an understanding of tidal flows and oceanography, where expert fishermen understood the role of nutrients in streams. Local eye was strategically built in locations designated to enhance the abundance of an existing area. It was an integrated food production system that stretched from the mountains to the oceans. Local eye were models of sustainability. Algae is cultivated in the pond to feed the fish. No additional feed is required. Once established, the ponds are largely self-sustaining, needing minimal management and maintenance. In the 1700s, there were at least 360 fish ponds in Hawaii, producing almost 2 million pounds of seafood annually. Initiative Baby Tilapa are relocated from Locana Air to partner schools' aquaponics systems. Starting with the arrival of Captain Cook in 1778, sugar, pineapple, papaya, and rice cultivation became big business in Hawaii. As a result, there were fewer hands available to tend to fish ponds, and they fell to disuse. Other factors such as sediment accumulation, invasive mangroves, change of land use, and lava and tsunamis also contributed to fish pond decline. There are common types of fish ponds in Hawaii. Lokono Kupana are the most common style, featuring wooden sluice gates or makana, which allows small fish, such as mullet, to enter the pond and feed until they are too large to pass through the gates and return to the ocean. At this point, they are easily harvested with nets. Wakana's style of fish ponds is the Loko'opuni, isolated, natural shore ponds connected to the ocean via a man-made sanctuary channel. Other varieties include the Loa Kulu version, built next to streams that flow into a cultivated flooded terrace growing taro. The fish live and feed in between the taro patches, optimal habits that are abundant in food. And still another version of fish ponds, the Loko'ana, streams divert into natural depressions to make inland freshwater ponds. Ancient techniques for modern use. Lokai Eye's goal is to be a fully functioning fish pond by the end of 2021. The next goal will be to get Ukiah, a much larger fish pond about a mile north, up and running. These follow the commercially successfully Molita fish pond next to Kahana Bay and the ongoing project at Hilika, a 800-year-old pond with a 1.3-mile lava rock well. Adapting ancient fish ponds to the modern world is possible, but challenging, according to the Oceanic Institute of Hawaii and Pacific University and Conservation International, which conducted a 3-year study to determine the fish production capacity of 3 separate fish ponds. What was once suitable for the past few hundreds of years is probably not sustainable for the future, said Cotton K. Collin, professor of the College of Natural and Computational Science at Hawaiian Pacific University and director of the Oceanics Institute's Finfish Research Program. Because of changing climate and rising sea levels, these ponds are going to have to be reinforced and built to withstand the changing environment. That's going to cost money. Thus far, it is in short supply. No state funding was appropriated for the purpose of rebuilding fish ponds beyond 2007, according to an audit of Hawaiian's 2050 Sustainability Plan by Louis A. Kono, State Auditor for Hawaii. This makes ongoing fundraising efforts crucial. At Laka'a'a, for example, $250,000 was spent on a refurbished dredge, and up to $500,000 is still needed for labor. The funds are raised via a combination of donations from community events and individual and local business donations through the group's website. They also received a 2020-2021 grant from the Office of Hawaiian Affairs Community Grants Program for $75,000. Other potential funding sources for fish pond projects leveraging funding from a mixture of sources include private, state, and federal dollars, according to Kevin Chang, co-director of KUUA. Many restoration efforts rely on the sweat equity of volunteers since most of the restoration work is hands-on, and federal agencies like NOAA have competitive grants that also support agricultural projects, including indigenous and community-led projects, Chang said. The payoff is reviving fish ponds could be a noticeable dent in Hawaii's massive food import, said Peter Voliska, professor of population and research studies at Stanford University. As with other forms of agriculture, technology could allow fish ponds to be even more productive in modern times, he said. Replacing just 10% of the food imported by Hawaiian would amount to approximately 313 million remaining in Hawaii annually, according to a report from Hawaii's Department of Business, Economic Development, and Tourism. In addition to fish ponds, this will require food self-sufficiency efforts, such as increasing local agricultural production, infrastructure, and distribution. Ultimately, this could almost add 188 million in sales, generate earnings upwards of $47 million, $6 million in taxes, and more than 2,300 jobs, according to the report. Each spring, MLLEF staff catch puna, baby striped mullet, from the Ariakai saltwater channel. Staff track the grown monthly to ensure a healthy population for future. Another challenge to refurbishing the state's fish ponds is the convoluted permitting process. We have to get up to 17 permits from federal, state, and city, and they're often all require different plans, applications, etc., said Executive Director Aloha Ray De Colito. Just a minor strategy change, such as deciding to use fish pond sediment for building the banks instead of removing it, could set the project back 6 months because of permitting. The spirit of togetherness is helping somewhat. Local staff is using its knowledge and resources to assist other fish pond projects. After they finish dredging the pond, they are in talks with at least 4 other fish ponds to lend out the dredge machine, a state-of-the-art metal piece that will remove the sediment that is choking the pond. We're definitely priming them with a knowledge of the permitting processes, Decado said. We have a 10-year plan of other on Oahu and Molokai that we're going to do next. While the foundation of the restorations may be ancient, modern technology is playing a key role. After 5 years of assisting several fish pond projects, Brian T. Glaser, associate professor at the University of Hawaii's Oceanography Department noticed the recurring need for low-cost, hyperlocal tide gauges. Without these instruments, users would be dependent on no tide gauges, which are over $100,000 of instrumentation, he explains. They're large infrastructures that are set up for years and years before the data is released. And if you aren't located very close to a tidal gauge, then the relative accuracy of time and space, and when the prediction is for when you have the high or low tides, can be way off. Because of changing climate and rising sea levels, these ponds are going to have to be reinforced and built to the changing environment. What we did was invent a low-cost, affordable water level sensor that we can give it to non-experts and distribute at scale, he said. But for all the more modern flourishes and discussion of scale and supply chains, the fish ponds also offer an opportunity to strengthen Hawaiian native cultures and build a meaningful connection to community and place, said Glassar. Dekato agrees. We've, we've gotten more and more disconnected from the land, she said. Fish ponds are considered sacred places, and the kids don't even realize that they're learning when they volunteer. A reconnection to land, understanding sustainable culture practices from Hawaiian indigenous ancestors that developed over generations, and learning how to feed ourselves again. Hawaii was once a local milk mecca. On Oahu, there's just one dairy left. How Oahu's last dairy, Naked Cow Dairy, beat the odds. One bill of squid ink, brie, at a time. We've been having boys, said Monique von Doustrop, pointing to a posse of animals and naked cow, the final remaining cow dairy on the island of Oahu in Hawaii. But we don't need them. She means she needs only the cows on whose milk her business is built. But looking around the farmyard, she also would be referring to the goats, where triplet kids nuzzled gently at her swollen nipples. The exciting flock of more than 50 screeching chickens, or the awe and her sister, that's Levine and Shirley to you, whose lambs don't even seem to be able to tell them apart, or she could be referring to the farm itself, an all-female organization except for one accountant. Naked Cow Dairy, located just inward from Waianae on Oahu's leeward coast, about 45 minutes from Honolulu, sits on a flat patch of land dwarfed by lush green cliffs. At the far end of the property, past the clucking and bleating, sits the cemetery. It's the key to how Naked Cow continues where no other dairy does. A very small rooms, a guava room smoker built from a converted restaurant display fridge with clear doors, and an aging room adapted from a 1963 freezer box truck from the cheese and build maker operation. You have to recycle in Hawaii, laughs von der Strom, hinting at the difficulties of doing business on the island. Today, diners at 20 restaurants around the islands and shoppers as far away as Hawaii buy the 600 pounds of cheese and 800 pounds of butter produced by naked cows each month. But the path to survival for Oahu's last dairy require a hefty amount of bushwhacking. When Van der Stroon moved to the island 25 years ago to run a different dairy, there were 17 others in operation. But one by one, they were priced out by a system in which the legislative set milk prices that didn't fluctuate with inflation or changing costs. At the mercy of the single processor on the island, they each gave up. When Van der Stroom was handed severance pay and tasked with closing down the final dairy on the island, she looked for a way to soldier on. There weren't a whole lot of options, he says. She had gone to school in dairy sciences, and she wanted to stay in her field and stay on the island. She had to create her own opportunity. At the same time, if she hoped to avoid fighting the same battle against prices limited by the Hawaiian Milk Act and hampered by the Jones Act import and export restrictions and inflated shipping costs, she knows she would have to process the milk herself. Milk supply chains from Hawaii differ from those in the continental United States, wrote Claire Gupta in the 216th article Dairy's Decline and the Politics of Local Milk in Hawaii, published in the journal Food and Culture Society. That's because of the extreme distances the perishable product needs to travel. The trajectory of milk production in Hawaii has precluded the survival of such regionalized milk sheds. Gupta continued, making it cheaper to import milk from the U.S. mainland than to source from within the islands. The imported milk, though, unlike the local milk or most milk on the mainland, is all double pasteurized. Hawaii's first commercial dairy farm opened in 1869. By the early 20th century, dairies were thriving. Gupta noted that there were as many as 86 in 1956. But the growth of pop production wasn't met by the capacity of local processors, leading the state to step in and create the Hawaiian Milk Act in 1967. Establishing quotas and fixing prices, the act was originally intended to ensure that enough milk was produced and at affordable prices for the dairies. This worked for a time until 1982, when the industry was dealt its first death blow. Until the Hawaiian had been supplying all of its own milk, but that year Heptachlor, a pesticide sprayed on pineapple plants, was detected in the state's supply. Later, tests confirmed that farmers had been using shredded pineapple leaves as feed. Oahu farmers had to dump 3.2 million pounds of product at an average of $1.60 per half gallon, and after 5 recalls of milk that had been produced locally, consumers became accustomed to import milk instead. Once that Pandora's box was opened, it never closed. At first, imported product filled in only when local supply was low. But eventually, by the mid 1990s, it became the more affordable solution year round. Dairy farmers went the way of poultry farmers, laments Catherine Touch Fox, the food editor of Honolulu Magazine, listing off the myriad problems that both industries face: transportation expenses, lack of a slaughterhouse, and the price of feed. Naked Cow estimates that it pays 2.5 times the cost of mainland dairies since it imports all its feed. The local food trend is the only reason we are in business. But the geographical consequences are matched by political ones. Gupta and van der Steur both emphasized the effects of the Milk Act. Inflation, retail pricing, and sales all fluctuated, but the fixed prices that processors paid for milk for the dairies didn't, and still don't. If I set if I sell to a processing plant in Honolulu, says van der Strohe, the state dictates what they can pay me. She calls the process outdated and blames the act for many of the island's dairy closures. That's why, when faced with her employer's own closure, van der Slurn knew she had to find a way around the act by processing her own milk. On the mainland, she says, you can have a small farm and ship your milk to one of 20,000 processors. But on Oahu, she said she only had one option, and it wasn't good. So instead, she learned how to process the milk, transform it into consumer products, and market it. Butter was the easiest thing to start with, she says. She began by producing 10 to 20 pounds each week and taking it to the local farmer's market. But she always wanted to do cheese, so she made a few pounds of feta every week too, and taking. People started talking. Gradually, van der Strohe added more cheeses, getting one variety at a time to the quality she wanted, then developing a new product. For the first few years, she sold mostly at the farmers' markets, but as she expanded her offerings, she acquired more buyers. Grocery stores like Foodland, Safeway, and Whole Foods. Eventually, in 2011, she transitioned away from farmers' markets entirely. But the market ethos of making and buying local dairy has continued to be naked cow's driving force. The local food trend, says van der Steur, is the only reason we are in business. So she plays that up in the dairies and cheeses, which include particularly Hawaiian twists. Take the fog, for instance, a Gouda smoked with guava wood in the converted beverage cooler, a name for Hawaii's famous volcanic fog, or the pink peppercorn version, which helps to eradicate an invasive plant species when it is used to spike the wheels. The butters incorporate local honey, Hawaiian sea salt, and even Kona coffee that makes them unique. But she also commands a price point that works for a farm whose milk costs $8 a gallon to produce. We don't just put in regular salt or chilies that you can buy at Van says. We put in good ingredients, nothing that can be bought for a dime or a dozen. She excused catalogs like cheddar or mozzarella, which would require naked cow to compete with producers aiming to make cheeses for the lowest price. Throughout the startup process, van der Steur felt that she was just doing what she needed to do to survive in her industry, where she lived, that it was just another venture. But as the dairy started to gather attention with articles in magazines and the television appearances, she came to a realization. Maybe this is kind of special. It is, said Trout Fox of Honolulu magazine. Oahu is primarily a tourist-focused island. Agriculturally, land is shrinking, she says. It's considered more important to use available land for development and tourism, and that has forced a boutique farm trend. We can't have a large dairy here, Trout Fox says, but can have something like Naked Cow doing dairy and dairy products. She also points out that most of these boutique farms straddle the line between tourism and agriculture by offering yoga classes, meditation, and it is at the naked cow classes and tours. She's always looking for that place, the spot where she could open a cheese stop closer to the island's possible population center in Honolulu. The added activities bridge a gap in naked cow's capabilities, but while it thrives on the movement towards supporting her farms and local food, there are limits. The cost of living in Hawaii is high to begin with, so making the decision to spend more on expanded offerings is a tough one. The sales have run the state has run campaigns to push local products, said Troth Fox, and eateries are savvy and receiving it in that push. But the added support isn't always enough. Hawaii imports an estimated 80 to 90% of its food, and mainland milk is crazy expensive, said Troth Fox of the double pasteurized imports. Then you look at local milk and it's twice or four times more than that. In order for local producers to see a marked difference in their bottom lines, both Troc Fox and Van der Strotum says the state bears some responsibility. I want to support local, says Troth Fox, but the state needs to support local. While Van der Strotum hesitates to advocate specifically for government interference, she does add that small concessions offering incentives to ease costs for producers of local food would allow local dairy to at least approach the price of imported products rather than continue to be double. I would need help to get my $8 a gallon milk to be more competitive, she says, and with a little boost from the state, or even without, Van der Strollum hasn't completely ruled out trying to sell her milk for drinking. I still believe there's a place for milk on this island, she says, and she's always looking for that place, something for a bigger location for the farm, and a spot where she could open a cheese shop closer to the island's population center in Honolulu. She moved the creamery there as well to provide both a convenient pickup location and the opportunity for eaters to see the cheese making process in person. In the meantime, she continues to find new ways to move the business forward and to keep her place, specifically niche cheese offerings, unique. She emerges from the box truck aging room holding a few winkly gray rounds. Swink, eat, brie, she says. I call it ocean breeze. One year after native owned Tonka Bar had lost nearly everything, the Buffalo are on their way back by Marilyn Noble. This weekend, Neiman Ranch, a Native American natural foods maker of the Tonka Bar, will announce a unique collaboration. The aim is to restore the buffalo to its revered place in Lakota society and regenerate prairie by helping Neiman create a new source for bison and organic and grass-fed beef. Last year, the new food economy exploded what had happened to Tonka Bar, the originator of the buffalo and berry snack bar based on an ancient indigenous recipe. The native-owned company was small but successful until corporate competitor Epic Bar, General Mills, with its huge bankroll, media attractive creation tell, and inflated sustainability story, jumped into the niche. As a result of the article, Tonka's Bar founders said they saw sales explode in the last month of 2018, more than 300% in Whole Foods alone. But the sales increase had an unexpected and negative effect on the already cash-strapped company. It couldn't keep up with demand, and eventually Whole Foods ended their relationship. After it was published, the Tanka Bar story reached Jeff Kripken, at the time the general manager of Neon Ranch, a network of more than 740 independent family farmers and ranchers across the country. He's now the president of Purdue Premium Meats, Niren's parent company. Friedkin reached out to Tonka Bar co-founder and president Mark Telson, scheduled a meeting, and drove the 7 hours from Denver to the Plain Ridge Reservation in South Dakota, home of the Ogana Sioux people and one of the Tonka Bar. Since that initial ascension, executives at the two companies have spent nearly a year building relationships, brainstorming, and exploring options for collaboration. In an area when much of the corporate consolidation in food and agriculture is driven either by a desire for a highly marketable story, whether true or not, or in the case of private equity, a quick return on investment, partnerships based on mutual success and truly aligned social missions are rare. This weekend, Neiman Ranch, a Native American natural foods makers of the Tonka Bar, will formally announce a unique collaboration between the two companies. No money will change hands. It's not a merger or acquisition. Instead, it's an operational partnership. Neiman Ranch will provide NAFF with technical expertise in marketing, supply chain development, and distribution management, and NAF will help Neiman create a new source for bison and organic and grass-fed beef. We're bringing the food back to our people and building an ecosystem bridging the gap between the brand and the nation. In addition, NANF has secured a round of financing that will allow Tonka Bar and its related entities, the nonprofit Tonka Fund and Tonka Resilient Agricultural Cooperative, a producer co-op, to explore new ways of achieving the ultimate mission, restoring the buffalo to its revered places in Lakota society and regenerating prairie while building economical opportunities on the Pine Ridge Reservation. Tilson calls it a blended capital solution, with the three legs of the NAF stool each contributing to the ultimate success of the whole organization. Chris Olivero, Neiman Rancher's general manager, referred to it as the virtuous cycle, where the closed loop of investments, production, profits, and savings all feed each other and create a strong, thriving operation. Don Sherman, NAF's CEO, says Tonka Bar is more than just another brand marketing a product. We're bringing the foods back to our people and while building an ecosystem bridging the gap between the brand and the nation. Neiman Ranch is helping us keep the ecosystem going. The mission is everything for these two companies, added Olivia. If we can help Tonka Bar regain their momentum, then they could take it from there. The importance of the buffalo and the Tonka Bar to the Pine Ridge community can't be overstated. In a study released early last year, the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis detailed the present-day consequences of the federal government's 19th century extermination of bison and the near genocide of bison reliant indigenous people. Once some of the tallest and richest people in the world, the North Plains tribes were some of the shortest and poorest per capita. Income is 20 to 40% less than that of other Native American tribes. The Pine Ridge Reservation sprawls over 2 million acres of mostly virgin prairie. It's an iconic landscape of the West, ragged, formidable buttes, horizon to horizon sky, and miles of largely vacant, rolling grasslands. It would seem to be the perfect place to reintroduce the buffalo in its native habitat. But as does many other things in Indian country, the situation is not so simple. Native Americans in general capture about 10% of the agricultural revenue generated on their lands. Most of the land on the Pine Ridge and its neighboring reservation is tied up in a hodgepodge of alternate leases and trusts overseen and administered by the federal government. Much of it is leased to non-native cattle ranchers and has been for generations. According to David Barcioni, Executive Director of Village Earth and head researcher for the Lakota Lands Recovery Project, Native Americans in general capture only about 10% of the agricultural revenue generated on their lands, based on data from the USDA Agricultural Census in 2012 and 2017. The other 90% goes to non-native farmers and ranchers, a situation he terms agricultural apartheid. NAF CEO Don Sherman and her family are a perfect example. They own allotments on several Pine Ridge parcels, but they're not adjacent and they're land loaded, that is, leased to a third generation non native cattle rancher as part of a larger surrounding tract and inaccessible to her family. Also, as allotments have been passed down through generations, some parcels may have dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of owners. That fractionization makes the land essentially worthless in a capitalist system and precludes access for would-be tribal buffalo ranchers. Land issues aren't unique to Pine Ridge. Most of the tribal lands in the country are tied up in similarly knotty situations, but Barnisho says there's a lack of will on both the part of the federal government and the tribes to fix it, and it makes NAFI's goal of restoring the buffalo and building a thriving bison economy on the reservation difficult, at least in the short term. Monica Turkson, tribal liaison to the World Wildlife Fund, recently conducted a survey of tribal members regarding land use on the reservation. She says that overwhelmingly respondents want to see buffalo restored to the land, but it is hard to define what that looks like. She's convened a working group to deal with the politics, history, and rumors, and to begin the conversations about how to bring the buffalo back. When the buffalo comes back, so will the people, she says. Tilson and his business partner, Carleen Hunter, are social entrepreneurs committed to making life better for the Oglala Lakota people. Before they began NANFF and Tankabar in 2000, Tilson had founded KILI Radio, the largest reservational radio station on the continent, and the pair had built Lakota Express, a successfully direct marketing business on Pine Ridge that raised more than $21 million for Agata Lakota College. Even though they were successful, their efforts weren't enough to spur substantial economical growth across the reservation. Their intentions with NANF were to not only respectfully and appropriately restore the buffalo and grow the Pine Ridge economy, but to induce other tribal foods to a national audience as well. With no background in the food business, they were admirably naive. We were too dumb to know what we couldn't do, and we learned a lot of hard lessons, says Hunter. But we had some really good triumphs when the product went national and got national media and exposure. It wasn't just our company, it was a native product, and native people were so proud. And that's what we wanted. We wanted people to take ownership and to really participate in it. We don't know where we're going to be fighting off major conglomerates. I mean, we're a small native company. Business was good the first few years, but then the big corporate guns rolled into town. We didn't know we were going to be fighting off major conglomerates. I mean, we're a small native company, says Hunter. And these conglomerates come in full force. We didn't know that would happen. We were naive. The cultural synchronicities between Neiman and Tonka lend an air of predestined inevitability to their story. Both were founded by entrepreneurs who saw not only a business opportunity, but a chance to do social good. Both have struggled financially, and both are mission driven, committed to rebuilding rural communities and successful family farms. Both believe in good stewardship of the land, animals, and people, and in bringing young farmers back to agriculture. And both have new, younger leadership at the helm. Sherman as CEO at NAFF and Olivio as GM at Neiman Ranch. When Neiman Ranch was acquired in 2015 by Purdue Farmers, one of the largest vertical integrated poultry companies in the world, its financial challenge came to an end. But the corporate memory of those lean days of struggles to pay employees and distributors is still present. That history appeals to NAF's leadership, who have shared the same set of sleepless night inducing difficulties, only magnified by the lack of access to affordable and ready capital typical of native owned businesses. Neiman Ranch Olio says the early discussions about collaboration were discouraging. We were afraid they were too close to the edge of the cliff, he says. Then NANF started to gain traction with funders attracted by Neiman's offer of technical help. So far, the commitments from industry and social impact investors are relatively small. But the hope is that as the partnership evolves and grows, the money will follow. Hunter says, a lot of the time people will come in and say, well, sure, we can help you out with money. But a lot of the time, we need the technical expertise. We're excited about all these new opportunities and new partnerships. It's great to see passion, that there's someone who understands what we're doing in the business. Neiman Branch has bought a network of family farms that produce pork, lamb, and beef. The company offers contracts to its producers, all of whom are certified humane, and some have certification from Global Animals Partnerships and or the USDA Organic Program. That expertise in building farm relationships is invaluable for track, with NAT's ability to extend contracts to members of the track producer group and assist them with certifications, marketing, and other best practices. Tilson hopes that eventually Tanka Farms will be able to build 100% native supply chain for buffalo. And because the company uses only a portion of each carcass, the other premium cuts can provide a fresh bison supply to Neiman Ranch, which has long been interested in adding bison to its products line. We have to pay close attention to the cultural aspects of it all and approach it with respect and mindfulness for the spiritual, ecological, economical, and physical piece of it. Last year, Pananora Beef, an organic grass-fed beef program, joined the Purdue Premium Means Group and worked with track and native cattle producers creates another layer of symbiosis with the native Neiman partnership. Panorama adds to the story, says Olivia, and gives us a chance to do something much sooner to demonstrate to the tribal producers what it's like to do business with Neiman Ranch. Tyson also sees tracks as a means of offering other services to producer members. Finding lenders, supply forecasting, ranch planning, and capital investments in equipment and infrastructure could all be benefits of co-op membership. That's where the Tonka Fund plays a role. Dr. Trudy Eckelfie is the incoming executive director. She says her first steps will be to do some serious listening and learning what's needed by producers. We have to pay close attention to the cultural aspect of it all and approach it with respect and mindfulness to the spiritual, ecological, economical, and physical piece of it. She'll then develop a strategic plan and a capital campaign to raise funds. The nonprofit has already provided grants to ranchers for infrastructure like solar wells and fencing, and contributed to the construction of Changing Buffalo Meat House, the only processing facility on Pine Ridge. Charles Bam, Jr. manages the food program for One Spirit, a socially service organization on the reservation. He's also a buffalo rancher, outfitter, and self-proclaimed badass butcher. He runs the processing plant, which was funded by One Spirit. It's a small facility, but Brewer and his employees butcher beef, buffalo, and game meals for the food program, the tribes, and individuals. The plant is what's known as custom exempt, meaning it doesn't yet have a commercial license or USDA inspection, but demand has already outspaced the space. Now, in its second year of production, the plant has provided an on-the-job education for Brewer and the crew. He's learning how to charge appropriately for services, work efficiently. The plant layout has a few issues with the way the carcasses are moved through, and how to provide for the community. But running a processing plant that's hours from the nearest city is challenging. Brewer, an effusive bear of man with a hearty laugh, tells us how his walk-in cooler went on the blink the day before. He ended up on a ladder outside the building on a 20-degree day in the frigid wind. FaceTiming with the technician in another state and holding his phone over his head so the tech could see the inner workings of the control box. He couldn't diagnose the problem, so it would be several days before someone could show up to fix it, providing that the unpredictable weather allowed someone to get there. Roar is passionate about and committed to raising buffalo. He has what he described as a sharecropper's relationship with the tribe. He gets cows from the tribe's herd and he returns 40% of the calves back to the tribe. It's a program that has worked well on its 800 acres until he has problems with the fence. A wildfire took out the fence that separates the buffalo from the tribes, and he lost all his animals. His son encouraged him to start over with buffalo and not cattle. I was never so proud of them, he says. I took my family back into the buffalo world, and now I want to bring it to the people. I'd rather be known as the guy who brought the buffalo back to the people instead of the burritos and hot dogs. The Tonka Fund helped him build a double fence to replace the one that was Lux. Next time we're going to build a wall, he laughs. Ed Ironclad is another beneficiary of Tonka's Fund grant program. He leases 900 acres for his cultural herd, although he does sell some of his animals commercially to raise money for his nonprofit, the Chief Buffalo Nation Society. His goals are to restore the relationship between Pete Oyat, the Buffalo Nation, and the Oglala Lakota Nation, and to educate the people about the buffalo's culture and spiritual significance to their lives. Tonka Fun helped him build solar wells and fencing. The day we visited his small herd was in a pen because they had broken through a section of the pasture fence the day before. Buffalo are notoriously hard to confine, and he had to round them up from his neighborhood's land. Lacking a way to haul them himself, he relied on a friend with a horse trailer who brought them in locals, two loads down the rutted and snow-covered tracks that initially could be called a road. The calves seemed somewhat agitated at their fate, but until the fence is made buffalo-proof, they stay in the pen. Ironclad said he would give him a chance to sort them and decide which to sell. The trowel at the solar well on the hill above the pen was frozen solid, but using a maul, Ironclad broke through the ice to free the pump, and then, using an empty plastic bottle and several miles of duct tape and the help of the Tonka crew, he rigged a hose system to get water to the animals below. That juxtaposition of modern technology with farmer ingenuity and teamwork under the watchful eyes of an ancient keystone species of animals is an apt metaphor for the restoration of the buffalo to Lakota land. Technology, ingenuity, and teamwork can help both the buffaloes and the people thrive again. But there's still the big obstacle, that 2,000-pound bison in the room, if you will. Access to the land, with its attendant benefits like capital and the ability to build infrastructure, are a critical piece for both track and tribal citizens. Anger Beam Amy is the co-founder of the Candle Group, an impact investment advisor that's bringing funding from the Lieber Social Investment Fund to NAF. He cites several reasons that NANF and Tonka bars are attractive. The management team is small but dedicated and resilient. The product is the best in the meal snack category, and the story of Tonka bars is authentic and compelling. With native ownership, a product based on the native recipe, and a mission to drive economical revitalization in some of the poorest countries in the country. He also feels that Neiman's contribution of expertise, especially in telling the story of the brand, is important to the success of Nanif and its three entities. We believe Tonka should be able to rebuild its market presence and become a strong brand in the meat snack category, he wrote in an email. Track may be a slower process as it implies getting ranchers who are currently raising cattle to start ranching buffaloes. I imagine that's not a quick, easy decision for some folks. But as Tonka Bar grows and is able to show ranchers that it is a reliable buy-off tell for the buyers, and we believe track will grow. This track's expansion is one of the most exciting elements of Tonka's long-term vision. From an impact perspective, it means that more bison are coming back to the land and the more native ranchers are participating in the success of Tonka bars. And, and with the way our investment is structured, it also means that Track can buy our shares over time and become part owner of Tonka Bar. When people buy bison, they became a part of the story because when they buy it, they help restore it and save the prairies. Denim, a Rocky Mountain Natural Meats, the larger bison processor in the country and a longtime supplier of Tonka bars, has also joined this round of advancement. Our hope is that Tonka becomes a bigger part of the grocery landscape as a part of the meat snack niche. We would like to see Tonka on the top shelf. That's our goal, he says. He also believes that the success of the Tonka bar brand will enable the company to achieve its other goals: employment on the reservation, successful bison ranchers, and the restoration of the bison and the prairie. It's the greatest conservation story ever, he adds. When people buy bison, they become a part of the story, because when they buy it, they help restore it and save the prairies. Clearhouse CDF was an early supporter and funder in the nascent years of Tonka's existence. CEO Doug Braistry says this loan is one of the most important in our portfolios, and our relationship with Tonka Bar is one of our most important. I'm so proud of Matt, Caroline, and Don. Most businesses would have thrown in the towel by now, but you won't find people who have worked harder and sacrificed more. Hunter and Schumann credit the partnerships and relationships they developed along the way with customers like REI and natural grocers, vendors like Rocky Mountain Natural Meats, and investors like Clearinghouse for keeping them afloat and helping them learn the vagrancies of the food business. With the addition of the Tonka Fund and Track, along with the partnerships with Neiman Ranch, Hunter believes the company is turning a corner. We're hoping we can get it rolling, she says. With a new generation of leadership in place and in Sherman as CEO and Emfrey as executive director of the Tonka Food, Hunter and Tilson are able to focus on the various components of the business. Everyone I talked with agrees that restoring the bison has benefits both tangible, economical growth, soil restoration, new supply chains, as well as intangible for Pine Ridge. A regenerated and renewed Tonka bar is one key to that restoration. The efforts at NANF and the success of Tonka bars have already inspired other young entrepreneurs like Nick Hernandez, founder and CEO of McCoy Agricultural Development, in his efforts to bring farms and food hubs to Pine Ridge to establish food sovereignty. Lisa Ironclad is building a business teaching Oglala Lakota women how to forage for and cook with indigenous foods and butcher bison according to tradition. Brandon and Kim Braveheart have created a Rapid City, South Dakota catering business that features local and native foods. She sees good things ahead for NANF as the Tonka bar regains its place in the retail landscape. She sees the possibility for NAF to market additional native food product lines, both from Oglala Lakota companies and other tribes. She sums it up: the buffalo is resilient. It puts its heads down and faces into the storm until it passes. The same is true for the people, and the same is true for Tonka Bar. We've been facing into the storm, but now it's passing, and we're resilient. The only catfish native to the U.S. is running out of water, by Marv L. Gunbar. The Yaqui catfish was already going extinct. Then came the border wall. In the spring of 2016, biologists at the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service came to a terrible realization. The Yaqui catfish, the only catfish species native to the western United States, was on the cusp of disappearing. After a week of searching, they could catch only two wild fish. They estimated that at most just 30 fish remained. For approximately 2 decades, the last known Yaqui catfish in the United States has been kept in artificial ponds built in and around San Bernardino National Wildlife Refuge on the Arizona-Sonora border and on a local zoo. Creatures of rivers and wetlands, they had not reproduced. Still, federal and state biologists felt they had to try one more time. In a last-ditch breeding effort, the agency gathered 11 fish and shipped them to a hatchery in Kansas. Within weeks, all of them died. Eventually, even the one geriatric catfish left on display at the Arizona Sonora Desert Museum had to be put down. Today, the Yaqui catfish, a whiskery-looking creature that evolved at least 2 million years ago and was once common enough for people to catch for food, is functionally extinct in the United States. There may be a few still hidden in Arizona ponds, but not enough to keep a population alive. According to the Fish and Wildlife Service 2019's 5-year review of the species, it's at the brink of global extinction, even as the catfish face ongoing threats in Mexico. Scientists don't know enough about its basic biology to save it. The fact that a native catfish species existed in such a dry place can be surprising. In reality, prior to European colonization, the region supported rich waterways and aquatic communities. To people for whom Sonora Desert conjures up images of steadfast saguaros or sunstruck lizards, the fact that a native catfish species existed in such a dry place can be surprising. In reality, prior to European colonization, the region supported rich waterways and aquatic communities. The current extinction crisis speaks to an uncomfortable truth. In a land of finite resources, every choice, big or small, irrigating an alfalfa field, taking a swing on a golf course, burning fossil fuels, meaning choosing what kinds of habitats exist even far away from towns. And that means choosing which species survives. Now the hunt is on to find more yaqui catfish in Sonora, Mexico. But as the election season ramps up, the yaqui catfish faces a new threat. The Trump administration is racing to complete the border wall before the 2020 presidential election, blasting desert mountains, tearing up old growth cigars, and destroying the ancient homelands and cultural resources of tribal nations such as the Pascua, Yaqui, Taino, Hodoalam, and Hopi. According to Lachlan Jordo, a staff member with the Center for Biological Diversity, wall construction will require 700,000 gallons of water each day. To be clear, the yaqui catfish is no jaguar. It's no beauty. It's not terrifying. Its babies aren't even all that cute. A recluse fish that never swam in more than a relatively small portion of U.S. waters. In almost a year of researching them, I still haven't gotten a glimpse of one. When I lived in Arizona, my favorite catfish were different species entirely, probably channels or blues. They arrived before me, breaded and lightly fried at a small restaurant just south of the University of Arizona campus, accompanied by iced tea, somehow fitting into my convoluted rationalization about being vegetarian. And yet, the yaqui catfish looming extinction bothers me for the simple truth is it represents the borderlands can't have its rivers and destroy them too. Biologists know surprisingly little about yaqui catfish, dusty animals that live at the bottom of sinagas and streams, growing up to about 2 feet long. Only about 2% of their history range lies within the United States. The rest is in Mexico. Living mysterious lives in gloomy places. Yaqui catfish inhabit a world rich in ways we humans can never imagine. Like many catfish, they are covered with taste buds instead of scales. Catfish are named for the long, flexible barbs that sprout from their faces like a cat whiskers, helping them feel and taste their world. Yaqui catfish may communicate with each other through drummings and stridulations, and they may hunt by tracing the electrical discharges from other animals' nervous systems. The Sonoran Desert fishes have evolved fascinating adaptation. Some give birth to live young, others snuggle down and wait out dry spells in the mud. But the past few centuries have been especially tough for them. As the borderlands, human communities keep growing, and climate change makes the regions hotter and drier. Streams stop flowing, and wetlands vanish. Meanwhile, introduced species, including channel catfish, originally from Central and Eastern North America, push out or hybridize with native species. Like most of the southwestern aquatic species, yaqui catfish have struggled to survive since a European colonization. Today, the river in the southwest offers means a dried out, sandy wash where trash and the skeletal often remains of cottonwood bleached in the sun. But before colonization, networks of riparian areas, wetlands, and slow-moving rivers flow through the region, where indigenous people have lived and farmed for millennia. A combination of colonization and human-caused climate change turned rivers and wetlands to dust. Cattle introduced in the 1500s by the Spanish overgrazed the land, congregating around and trampling sensitive desert river systems. Farms, mining, and the extraction of beavers all disrupted the southwest rivers, which abruptly channeled in the 1800s, changing from meandering cienagas to deeply etched arroyos. In the 1900s, enormous dam projects began sending the southwest waters far away, irrigating California's agriculture, even as Sun Belt cities kept growing. By 1973, when the Endangered Species Act passed, such intensive pumping meant that the region's cienagas were almost all gone, including the tiny fragment of yaqui catfish habitat in southeastern Arizona. Generally, the Endangered Species Act protects critical habitat for rare species, the logic being that a plant or animal can't survive, there's nowhere left for it to live. San Bernardino Natural Wildlife Refuge, designated in 1982, was a different approach to saving species. An archaeological man-made pools in a sea of desert shrubland, the refuge was meant to be a place where native fish species could survive, even as their natural ecosystems drained to sand. The yaqui catfish lived there, some for decades. What they didn't do was reproduce. These fishes, creatures of deep pools and flowing rivers, seemed to need something that the artificial ponds didn't prove to breed. Introducing species, including channel catfish, originally from Central and Eastern North America, push out or hybridize with native species. Meanwhile, residents of the Southwest, included me, for approximately half my life, have washed our dishes, cleaned laundry, swam in pools, watered plants, and generally gone about our daily lives by tapping into what water persists, including the Colorado and underground aquifers. Today, in the Sonoran Desert, dry creek beds, one can sometimes see a black band in the soil wall, all the remains of miles of rivers and wetlands. Because only a small part of the Yaqui catfish range lies in the United States, American researchers hope they can collaborate with Mexico to save the species from global extinction and maybe even donate a few more fish to the United States. But Mexico's Yaqui catfish, which historically inhabited thousands of miles of river systems throughout northwest Mexico, are disappearing too, and the race to protect them is hobbled by basic lack of information. On the Sonoran Desert version of a fall day, the afternoon high hovering around 90 degrees Fahrenheit, a binational group of researchers gather in Cajon Bonito, a canyon that cuts through former ranchland purchased by a wealthy American, Phil Clark, about a mile south of the U.S.-Mexican border. They were there to collect that missing information. Emerged from their vehicles, the researchers gathered an assortment of buckets, field gear, and notebooks and began walking in the creek, stopping periodically to document its condition. The river chattered through the small canyon, carrying dried leaves above its sandy bed, and also carried evidence of living things that had stepped, swam, or sprouted in the water by ways in environmental DNA, or even eDNA, fragments of genetic material left like microscopic calling cards. It was these cards that Thomas Haffen, a graduate student at Oklahoma State University, hoped to pick up. As they waded in the river, Haight and his research assistant, Alice Gutierrez Barragan, periodically sampled the river. Wearing medical gloves, they gently scooped water into a filter designed to strain out eDNA. After a battery-powered pump had sucked in enough water, they used forceps to peel the filter out of its cup, carefully holding it up and place it in a container for shipment to a lab in Montana. In several months' time, they would know whether any Yaqui catfish had passed by recently. A combination of colonialism and human-caused climate change turned rivers and wetlands to dust. A friend, quiet worker in his mid-20s with brown hair and a stubby beard, Hoffman spent 2 years before college on a later day Saints mission trip in Mexico, becoming fluent in Spanish. Now he was surveying as much as the remaining Yaqui catfish habitat in Mexico as he could for trace of the elusive animals, hoping eventually to be able to identify the best habitat for the species. If Yaqui catfish bred in captivity, Hoffy's research will help identify where to release their young and which rivers to protect. As Hoffman strained water samples, Sonoran fish expert Alejandro Faros Romero held a bucket and binoculars and peered into a deep, slow pool of green water, swirling gently in the lee of a boulder. A thoughtful man in his 50s with dark hair, peppered gray, and a mustache. Valeria Romano wore plastic rimmed glasses and a t-shirt bearing a Spanish translation of the famous quote by evolutionary biologist Theodorus Dobzhansky, "Nothing in biology makes sense except in the light of evolution." He called out the scientific names of tiny, darling fish I could barely see. He had a feeling that a Yaqui catfish might appear. It certainly was hard to imagine a location more hospitable to native fish than Cajon Bonito, where smoky black catfish could float gently above the river bottom, sheltered by sloping banks and submerged branches. Hawks circled overhead, while songbirds called from the bushes. Earlier that day, a skunk had exacted a small dig below a tree stump no more than 10 feet away from where the researchers were working, and then apparently curled up for a nap. But even here, channel catfish, one of the biggest threats to Yaqui catfish, had infiltrated. When Hoffman got his eDNA results months later, they would show that almost everywhere in Mexico where he found Yaqui catfish, he found channel catfish too. In the past, there were no exotics in the river basins, Far Romero explained. When the Mexican government started building reservoirs, federal officials had a brilliant idea of buying exotic fishes like channel catfish and pulling them in the reservoirs to give to the people the opportunity to eat fish, even though he said everyone already ate the native ones. As they introduced species have pushed the Yaqui catfish to extinction at lower elevations, the species survives higher up in hard-to-reach isolated mountain headwaters. There, though, illegal growers threatened the fish. Valerie, Valerie Romero said that in the past, while sampling Sonora rivers for native fish, he came upon poppies growing wild on the banks. Their seeds had washed down from opium growers. The problem is that more money from the U.S. pays for those activities, he observed. The economics can get personal. Valia Romero's father's car was once stolen in Hermosa, Sonora. It turned up months later in Yuma, Arizona, after having been used to run drugs across the border. Because the Yaqui catfish is dying out, Valerie Romero said, you develop some kind of love. We call it cariño in Espanol. He always gets excited when he saw a Yaqui catfish in the wild, wondering each time how many more he might see. Today, though, he had no luck. The catfish, if any were nearby, stayed hidden. If, if Hoffman and his team represents cutting-edge fisheries research with fussy portable filters and slick sampling methods, Valerio Romero embodies an older approach to natural history. His expertise earned through hours spent studying different species, countless bent spines, describing the exact color of scales, trying to think like a fish. Another biologist on the trip, Chuck Mukey, was an original member of the Desert Fish Council, a nonprofit research organization for desert fish biologists in the U.S.-Mexican borderlands. Minsky missed the first meeting because he was drafted for military service in the Vietnam War, but he hasn't missed one since. Now in his 70s, he waded slowly down the canyon as Hoffman's crew sampled the water, pausing to rest at a time onto the overturned bucket. His ancient black lab shadow raced happily through the shadows, huffing like a freight train. Valerie Romero and Minsky are determined to catch and bred Yaqui catfish in Mexico as quickly as possible, even though no one really knows how. It's easy to read their efforts as a comedy of errors, with fish found, lost, misidentified. In reality, with low budgets and improvised tools, the researchers are learning how to work with the species. The problem is that their learning curve has crashed into extinction curve. After years of neglect, the Yaqui catfish is rare enough that every fish matters, making it hard to experiment with ways to breed them or even to keep them alive. One afternoon in Mexico, the researchers attempted to receive 8 Yaqui catfish caught in Cajon Bonito, which had escaped from some netting in a holding pond. This involved using a broken kayak paddle to maneuver a rowboat, which Minsky had purchased as a teenager to take duck hunting out to the middle of the pond and pulled up yards of soggy netting. The man excitedly hauled a catfish to show in a bucket and gently transformed it to a shallow rectangular container. The small, soot gray animal burrowed into the corner, seeking escape with its mouth and barrels. We covered over it, and I found myself getting unexpectedly emotional looking at what may be one of the last of an understudied, barely known species trying to escape from a plastic box. I felt foolish a few minutes later when Violeros Romero checked his pit tag and announced that it was actually a Yaqui Channel hybrid. I wondered whether the loss of a species that looked just like one of the most common fish species on the earth really mattered. Only later did it occur to me that perhaps if I couldn't tell the difference between a Yaqui catfish and a channel catfish, that was because they communicate in the language of fish, not primates, that their seen interchangeably said more about my limited understanding than it did about their limited distinctions. The same economical pressures that push Yaqui catfish towards extinction today have wreaked havoc on the local human communities for centuries. Even as American and Mexican researchers try to save the species, tribal nations such as the Pascual Yaqui are working to reestablish control over their natural resources, including the Yaqui catfish. If we had a tapestry of our history on this side of the border, it would probably be missing a bunch of big chunks. Robert Valencia, then chairman, now vice chairman of the Pascual Yaqui tribe, told me. Valencia and I met in the conference room at the Pascual Yaqui tribe's administration office about 20 minutes away from downtown Tucson. Valencia, who was in his late 60s, has dark hair and a thick salt and pepper mustache. He wore what he called his end of summer shirt, a red Hawaiian print button down. To Valencia, the tribe's history is too important to lose. We can't let things go, he said. As a matter of fact, we're doing the opposite. We're looking on both sides of the border. What are important parts of history we don't know, and we don't need to know more. At one point, Valencia wrote down a Yaqui word for me in my notebook after I struggled to sound it out myself. What it means is, in the beginning, he explained, we have to always remember what we had in the beginning. To me, that's number one. To Valencia, the catfish, the Yaqui people, to their real Yaqui region, in part by embodying the importance of water to the tribes. As the flow of borderlands water and species have been curtailed, so too has the movement of the Yaqui peoples across their ancestral lands. Considered Mexico by the United States, the Pascual Yaqui tribe only gained federal recognition in 1978, despite its presence on both sides of the border since long between the United States or Mexico existed. In 1964, the tribe secured the land in southern Arizona that would become its reservation from the Bureau of Land Management after surviving the Yaqui Wars, a persistent attempt, first by the Spanish government or more recently by Mexico, to kill off Yaqui tribes and use their land along the Yaqui, the Rio Yaqui, for mining and large-scale agriculture. If you read about our history, this was an unwritten extermination policy against our people in Yaqui Valley, Valencia said. They killed us, shipped us off as slaves in Yucatan, did whatever they could. People were sent as far away as that Caribbean and Morocco, never to return. In the late 1970s, Valencia's uncle, who was tribal chairman, successfully fought to gain tribal recognition from the U.S. government. Today, the Pascua Yaqui Reservation includes approximately 2,000 acres southwest of Tucson, bordered partly by Tolino, Oham land, and partly by the city's growing sprawl. Yaqui people regularly move back and forth across the U.S.-Mexican border, although that's been harder since the 9/11 terror attacks, Valencia said. Valencia's mother, who was born in the U.S., grew up in the Yaqui Pueblo, a torrent in Mexico. Valencia remembers her reminiscing about rivers teeming with fish before Mexico built 3 dams there along the Rio Yaqui. On the one hand, the delayed recognition of its sovereignty means the tribe is only now addressing quality of life issues that go back decades, Valencia said, but he sees advantages to its independence from the federal government. Because we are entrenched, we don't have federal programs that are based here. We don't want any, Valencia said. We always insist on directing whatever endeavor it is, whether research, whether programs, because what we found over the years, if we let other people do things for us, it fails every single instant. Yaqui catfish conservation seems to fit this pattern. In 2015, after 3 years of application, Valencia won a grant from the U.S. Farm and Wildlife Services to create monitoring and educational programs about Rio Yaqui fish on both sides of the U.S.-Mexican border. Not long after he found out about the 2016 die-off of Yaqui catfish at the Kansas Fish Hatchery. Working with the 8 Yaqui pueblos in Mexico, Valencia wanted to create family-based micro-hatcheries. Partly this is for cultural reasons. The Yaqui catfish is a traditional food, but also be part of the Yaqui pueblos' long battle for the Mexican government to honor their treaty rights, which includes extensive control of water and other natural resources in the Rio Yaqui Basin. Concurrently, Mexico's dams force Yaqui communities in Mexico to rely on water contaminated by agricultural runoff, laden with pesticides and heavy metals. According to the Latin America Herald Tribune, Mexico defied its own Supreme Court to build an aqueduct to pipe Rio Yaqui water to Sonora's growing capital city of Hermoso, further ignoring indigenous claims to the watershed and its natural resources, including its fish. The Pascua Yaqui tribe had already built micro-hatchery prototypes. One Sunday morning in September, I met James Hopkins, a law professor at the University of Arizona who directs the Yaqui Human Rights Project Clinic and has legally represented Yaqui pueblos in Mexico, in a parking lot near the Pascua Yaqui tribe's Casino del Sol. On road made slick and puddled by recent rain, we drove together to Toriga Ranch, a former cattle ranch that the tribe now owns, to examine its prototype aquaponics operations. A hoop house held bubbling tanks where luminous koi fish swirled under bright green vegetation. Further efforts to raise Yaqui catfish were on hold for now until more Yaqui catfish became available. But even without the catfish, microhatcheries of fish such as tilapia or channel catfish could be important routes to nutritional independence for Yaqui families in Mexico. Yaqui pueblos want a clear, sustainable protein source, Hawkins says. There's a huge infant mortality rate in Mexico, primarily because all their protein from the local area, fish, dairy from local cows, goats, pigs, is going to be carrying persistent chemicals, including DNT. On the U.S. side of the border, Valencia would like the Pascual Yaqui tribe to raise Yaqui catfish in captivity, in part for commercial market. It's one of these things I think can be successful, he said. The people have some knowledge of the species itself. Hawkins, though, expresses a more cynical reason for growing Yaqui catfish microhatcheries. Anytime you're trying to return back to nature, your plan has to fit with a larger state plan. Hawkins said for Arizonans to take interest in the Yaqui catfish, there had to be a commercial value, such as a restaurant market for the fish, or an interest in sport fishing. I've been transparent with people like Chuck Bidley and others, saying, look, if you bring the fish back, where is it going to go? Hawkins told me it's going to have to be a commodity in its own way. One warm fall day last September, I visited San Bernardino Natural Wildlife Refuge, a remote landscape of rolling hills with a backdrop of singly angled mountains at the Rio Yaqui headquarters in southeastern Arizona, where the last Yaqui catfish in the United States were caught with a failed breeding effort. Traces of catfish eating net still turned up in ponds here, although it's uncertain whether DNA is from living fish or the remains of dead ones. This is where the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service would like to reintroduce Yaqui catfish in Mexico, agrees. Up close, the ponds seem peaceful, small, canal-rigged pools, rippling in a rising breeze. But now the ponds themselves are endangered, collateral damage in the Trump administration determination to conduct a, a border wall between the November elections, despite the COVID-19 pandemic wall. Construction continues at a breathtaking pace, using local water to spray down dusty roads and mix concrete. As of this writing, Customs and Border Protection has not provided high country news with registered groundwater use estimates. What's that adage about how far you can lean off a cliff before you fall? You don't know until you lean too far. According to Miles Tribican, a field biologist and GIS specialist who previously worked at San Bernardino, no environmental analysis has been conducted on the impacts of wall construction on the region's water or on its fish, since there was no NEA, National Environment Policy Act review required. No prior studies. We're essentially navigating in uncharted territory with no baseline for what the final effects might be, Trivian said. Refuge staff designed to comment on the impact of the border wall. On my drive back to Tucson, the clouds gathered into a gray comforter, trailing rain far to the south. It is my favorite kind of diploid desert weather, the filtered light, deepening the green on hillsides and softening the craggy mountains. In the distance, I spotted a bright white post, historical border marker, rising from the shrubs. Past me, the roof of a ranch house in Mexico. Trucks passed me slowly on the dirt road, spraying water to keep down the dust. It took me a few minutes to realize why. They were preparing for the construction crew to arrive to build the border wall. Perhaps the next time I drove through, those mountain views would be gone. So too might be the springs that the refuge fishes railed on. Without water, there would be no future here for the Yaqui catfish. I later called Bill Rattle, who managed San Bernardino for about 2 decades. I asked him whether failing groundwater levels in the refuge might be just one more threat to the Yaqui catfish, or the final nail in the fishy's coffin. Raki would not comment on the effects of the border wall construction, but he acknowledged that groundwater levels have always been a big concern for the survival of fish at this parched refuge. You almost have to end your story that way, because I don't know that any of us carry out that for sure, Raleigh said. What's that adage about how far you can lean off a cliff before you fall? You don't know until you lean too far. Millennials moving back to the roots of Indian cuisine. Do you know Indian cuisine has the most consumed dishes at this hour because of their nutritional benefits? If you asked your kids about ways to improve immunity, they would suggest a couple of multivitamins, must have asked to do some basic yoga or Surya Namaskar at home, or Max would have asked to take Charleston Page. This is what everyone from the millennium generation knew before the pandemic hit us. This is what most of us know before COVID-19 engulfed us into the horror of falling ill and finding it hard to recover. COVID-19 pandemic brought everyone to their knees, and all of us are still taking our own time to come out of its web. However, most of us are now aware of an increasing immunity's easy and natural way. As a result, millennials are moving back to the roots of Indian cuisine. The reason is very straightforward. Indian cuisines are a natural source of supplements that boost immunity and, per our Ayurvedic, consuming Indian herbs like saffron, turmeric, walnut seeds can not only improve our immunity but also enhance the taste of our food, something which millennials these days crave the most. Back to the roots, the Indian art of cooling with banana leaves. If you would have thought that only the elders in the family are concerned about the sugar intake, you have to see what millennials are consuming these days. They still prefer to add chocolate to their milk, but these days they're much more concerned about how that chocolate is made. In addition, millennials indulge in the practice of eating out as eating right at the same time. They still prefer to eat pizza or burgers, but these days they prioritize healthy Indian foods and drinks. The shift is not only seen in the Asian subcontinents, where we have already had the correct information about Sattvic foods in general. Even U.S. millennials gradually abandon their fresh and junk food habits and consume fresh and less processed foods instead of drinking soft drinks. Everyone asked for milk. Even the Delhi airport in India started selling turmeric milk, which has proven beneficial for all ages. In addition to this, some of the Indian cuisines, like samar, lentils, rajanaha, kheer, sangri, and more, are some of the more consumed dishes at this hour because of the nutritional benefits they have. Millennials have brought much change in their food habits as well. In most urban towns, millennials prefer bread and butter for their breakfast. Some health enthusiasts try to drink smoothies in the morning. However, since organic nutrition is what everyone is currently demanding, the butter is replaced with homemade peanut butter like almond peanut butter and cashew butter from Sattvic Foods. These are tons of benefits of consuming homemade peanut butter or adding them to our everyday routine, like homemade peanut butter helps lose weight as it has a good quality of protein and fiber. In addition, such peanut butter improves digestion and has anti-inflammatory properties. Those who were fitness freaks earlier consumed different protein supplements such as whey powders, but still, since they come with the chemicals and many preservatives, millennials have started adding such peanut butter to their shakes. Conclusion: unprocessed foods like fruits and vegetables are what millennials look for in every diet. And fortunately, our Indian cuisines are filled with nutrients. So even if one takes masala milk or masala chai tea, they ensure they get the proper nutrients. Indian cuisines are the perfect combination of taste and nutrients, so they will benefit both worlds when these millennials age. Hopefully, they too have access to the Indian Sattvic foods. Sustainable food, a return to the roots. Local farming initiatives are revolutionizing the food market in France and in India. Our food system is broken. It is unequal, unsustainable, unstable, and indeed a transformation. International organizations, government, businesses, and entrepreneurs and farmers all around the world are working towards cutting carbon emissions and waste, improving the nutritional value of food, innovating at the farming level, and developing citywide food policies. But we, the citizens and consumers, are a big part of this equation. It is up to us to make conscious decisions on a daily basis about the kinds of production we want to support and the initiatives we want to encourage. These local farmer initiatives are revolutionizing the food markets in France and in India. Promoting local and peasant agriculture in France. The AMAP maintains and encourages small and local farmers in France by creating a system based on a long-term partnership between a producer and a consumer. An AMIP usually consists of several local farmers, a vegetable producer, a cheese producer, a meat producer, etc., and citizens. The first step is to sign a contract between the self-named peasant farmer and the citizen stating the quantity, diversity, and price of the food basket that will be prepared weekly. The price should be fair for both parties and be paid by the consumer at the beginning of the contract so the producer's income is secure and the cost of production is covered. Local citizens and farmers meet once a week to exchange the latest news of the commodity and the food basket. The consumers can't choose which will be in the weekly package, a great way to try out different produce and agrees to receive seasonal products available on the farm. Don't count on receiving tomatoes in December, making it a unique experience and perfect way to understand the often tumultuous reality of farming life. India sows the seeds of revolt to preserve its biodiversity. In India, the seed market is often manipulated by the middleman, making it impossible for local farmers to secure their harvest from one year to the next. Enter Sahara Samada, or Bountiful Nature, a Mysore-based startup fighting to ensure seed sovereignty for farmers by fixing predetermined prices for their produce. Originally developed as a farmer initiative to exchange ideas, seeds, and share knowledge on sustainable agriculture, the company now has 98 varieties of organic rare seed crops in repertoire and counts 480 members, including 58 seed producers or farmers drawn from places such as Mysore, Charanga, Mandua, and Bangalore Rural. Seek to protect cultivators' collective interests. Sangha Sandhura promotes open pollinated seeds that are organically cultivated, patent free, and are in the public domain. The farmers can use them for free instead of having to use the seeds coming from multinationals and Indian companies who only supply hybrid varieties that contribute to create monoculture, therefore threaten India's agricultural biodiversity. It is a win for the producers, the consumers, and the environment.
Welcome back. For centuries, Okinawa's identity has been tied to the longevity of its people. But in part two of Kyung Law's look at aging on Okinawa, change now threatens this model of health in the Pacific.
Matsu Taira still laughs easily, part of what's kept her living, she says, to age 100. But it is a lonely age. Her eldest son wasn't in the picture for her 100th birthday because he's already dead, she says, from heart disease. No one's here. I'm alone, Taira says. Taira is like many elder Okinawans, many who live active and healthy lives into their 90s and 100s. Taira is never sick, with no cases of disease in her generation or their forebears. 43-year-old Tsuyoshi Anya is the face of today's middle-aged Okinawan. Overweight, suffering from high blood pressure and diabetes, even though he has no family history of any illnesses. Tests show he's got to lose weight, stop smoking, and stop eating Big Macs, he says, 3 at a time. This was Anya's fast food diet, a bucket of fried chicken, 6 Big Macs, and 3 large Cokes. And this, he tells us, was just 3 meals for one ordinary week. Food that simply wasn't available for his parents' generation. We step into Emiko Kinjo's kitchen. She cooks what all Okinawans used to eat. Tofu. A diet of local vegetables and tofu, low in fat, sugar, and sodium. Bamboo shoots. Then came the invasion of American food. Partly because of U.S. military bases in Okinawa, the island has the highest number of fast food restaurants per capita in all of Japan. Kinjo believes the sudden change in diet is killing her people. We are in a crisis, she says. The 90 to 100-year-old women make up the population of the town. Once they die, no one will be left.
Dialysis.
Dr. Hideaki Tanaka calls this the second battle of Okinawa. Government data shows life expectancy remains unusually high for people already in their 80s and 90s. But Anya's generation are dying younger and at the highest rate anywhere in Japan, from diseases never seen before in Okinawa, all related to obesity and heart disease. They have the same genes as their parents, says Dr. Tanaka, but what's different now is eating habits and lifestyle. Anya says he's cutting out the fast food and eating what his much healthier parents eat. 100-year-old Tyra now relies on outpatient help to cook the Okinawan food she loves, helping her to live another healthy year. But it may also seem a long one. She belongs to a generation increasingly celebrating those milestones alone. Kyung-Law, CNN, Okinawa, Japan.
And that's our look around the world at news vital to your health. Be sure to visit our website at cnn.com/vitalsigns. And if you have a question, we might just answer it on the air. Email us, vital.signs@cnn.com. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta. Thanks for watching Vital Signs.
The Lost Soybeans of Okinawa, and an excerpt from Eating to Extinction. Author Dan Saldino visits Okinawa, where one farmer is hoping to bring back one of the world's rarest soybeans. Our food supply is suffering from diversity. Varieties of coffee, bananas, wheat, and more foods are at risk of being lost forever. Preventing that loss is essential to the health and deliciousness of our food system. This is the argument Dan Saldino lays out in his book. With each chapter, Saldino travels to the communities working to preserve some of the world's rarest foods, from sailor's cheese to Lamberg pears. Most resemble foods that appear commonly on grocery store shelves, and yet these precious methods, breeds, or strains would become extinct if not for the small group of people dedicated to their survival. A village in eastern Turkey grows Kabylia wheat, a variety related to the wild grasses first domesticated by Neanderthalic farmers, but is now in danger. In Germany, a group of farmers is bringing back the Alba Lento, a plant that grew wild in the Swabian Alps, helped to sustain and grow the alpine community. And with each chapter, Sabino aims to answer the question he presents in the book's introduction. How can a food be close to extinction and yet at the same time appear to be everywhere? In this excerpt, Saldino goes to Okinawa, Japan, to visit a single farmer regrowing the soybeans that once made the tofu essential to the Okinawa diet, and explains how the soy boom in the West led to that no longer being the case. Monica Burton. 1,000 miles on the south of the Japanese mainland, right in the center of the Pacific island of Okinawa. Kenji Kanha, a slight man in his early 70s, tends what might be the world's smallest plot of soybeans. On this 1 meter by 5 meter clearing surrounded by a tropical wilderness, Karaki is attempting to bring back one of Japan's rarest varieties of soy. Rare soy? How can that be? Newspaper headlines remind us of the problems caused by too much soy growing. Deforestation in Brazil's Cerrado, the Yucas closed forest of Argentina, and Bolivia's Grand Chase is most often blamed on the rise of Glice max, the small yellow oval bean we call soy, a legume so packed with protein it's the number one ingredient for most of the chicken and pig feed on the planet. In 2020, demand for the global crop grew at its fastest rate in years. But kimchi beans is rare, so rare that even though he's been growing it for 3 years, he hasn't dared to eat a single bean. One day, he hopes to have enough seed to share with farmers and bring the beans back for good. And so, he saves each one, as if each tiny bean were a precious artifact, which, in Kariki's eyes, it is. Before Okinawa was turned into a Japanese prefecture in the 1870s, it had been an independent state, the Ryudo Kingdom, for centuries, with its own emperors, dynasties, language, culture, religion, and soybean. This land of soy is called the Ohigu and is the only Kenshi Kaju is trying to grow. What Kavita wheat has meant to people in eastern Turkey, or the Appalachia to the inhabitants of the Swabian Alps. The Ohigu was the people on the island of Okinawa, survival, identity, and self-sufficiency. Since the 14th century, farmers would plant the bean in the spring at the first sight of the cherry blossom. Ohigu grew faster than other varieties of soy, which meant that by the time the rainy season arrived, the beans could withstand their biggest threat, the insects brought by the hotter, humid winter. So farmers saved and passed on its seeds. The origins of soy lie in northern China, where 6,000 years ago farmers began domesticating the plant. 3,500 years ago, during the Shang dynasty, the bean first appeared in written records as fodder for animals and as an ingredient in porridge for humans. Even after hours of cooking, the legume has a tough outer layer and intense bitter taste. By the 1960s, the people in Okinawa were still eating tofu, but the Ohugu bean had gone extinct. Earlier conversions to soy overcame this problem through fermentation, allowing bacteria to break the barrier down. First came a basic condiment kanyang, which was the addition of salt, rice, or barley, evolved into miso. But the real masterstroke that turned soybeans into the equivalent of daily bread for many Asian cultures was the invention of tofu, an almost miraculous seemingly transformation of bitter beans into white blocks of tasty food. A mural inside a 2,000-year-old tomb in Hainan Province, central China, depicts the steps in tofu making. First, making the milk by cooking the beans, then coagulating the liquid by adding sea salt, and when it's significantly thick and silky, press it into blocks. The expansion of Buddhism and its vegetarian principles out of in China into other parts of Asia also spread soybeans and tofu. In the 12th century, Japanese Shinto priests were placing tofu offerings at holy shrines. By this time, soybeans had arrived on Okinawa. The Renki Kuns, governed by the magnificent red-tiled Shuri Castle built in the capital city of Nahu in the south of the island, and this was the destination for the Sakushi, China's imperial ambassadors. China, the great emperor across the sea to the west, was the greatest influence on the kingdom at that time. It granted the Ryukyu kings their power, provided much of the island's trade, and shared its seeds and culinary techniques. This is how the Ohi beans arrived on Okinawa, as well as Shinu Dofu, island tofu, a softer, silkier form of tofu that is found on the Japanese mainland, closer to the Japanese tofu tradition. A survey of Japanese people's diets recorded in the late 19th century, by which time Okinawa was under the control of Japan's Meiji dynasty, found that the typical Okinawan meal consisted of tofu and sweet potato and miso soup with plenty of vegetables for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Their mostly plant-based, soy-rich diet led to Okinawans later being listed as one of the 5 blue zones, regions of the world in which people live exceptionally long and healthy lives. But in the mid-20th century, a strange and unexpected shift took place in their diet. By the 1960s, the people in Okinawa were still eating tofu, but the Ohio bean had gone extinct, and the soy they ate instead was grown in the American Midwest. Of all the seeds humans have domesticated and cultivated for food, what makes the soybean so exceptional is not so much the compounds it contains, but the quantities involved. Roughly 20% of a soybean is oil, and 35% is protein. High proportions as far as legumes go. Soy had been of interest to American scientists since the 18th century. About the 1850s, it was one of the legumes used as a rotation crop in the American South. But it was not only in the early 20th century that the real potential of its protein and oil started to be exploded, in most part thanks to an innocuous combination of plant collectors, entrepreneurs, and religious leaders. Soy's greatest ascendancy in the West started to build in the 1900s when the United States Department of Agriculture began to send botanists, including the legendary seed collector Frank Meyer, to Japan, Korea, and China to build up a collection of soy varieties. The 4,500 soybean samples sent back were put to the test in experimental field trials. About 40 were approved for commercial use by the USDA and posted to farmers for cultivation. As the supply of the bean increased, so did demand for soy products. The Seventh-day Adventist Church endorsed soy as an ingredient suited to the strict vegetarian regime its members were expected to follow. One of these, the food entrepreneurs John Harvey Kellogg of Kellogg's Cornflakes, believed the bean had great potential for improving human health. Kellogg early developed soy products that had similar textures to meat, precursors of the lucrative meat alternatives made today, and launched Coral Soy Shreds. There's no other soy like it, ran the ads. Meanwhile, industrials were also busy using soybeans to make paint, soap, textiles, and plastics. While physicists were splitting the atom, chemists in the United States were deconstructing the soybean, extracting consistent parts, and finding use for its abundant oils and proteins. Henry Ford was the early evangelist of legume, building the body of a car completely out of chemically processed soy, spraying it with paint made from the bean, and stuffing the seats with soy fava. The food history fell in love with it as well, processed it into every greater quantities of margarine and cooking oil. Another component of soy, lecithin, became the most widely used emulsifier and a critical ingredient in ready meals, salad dressings, and chocolate. By the 1950s, the United States was growing so much soy, including American bred varieties such as the fatter, higher yielding Lynn bean, although it had enough of a surplus to export. One of its biggest customers would be Japan. In the spring of 1945, U.S. Marines and the Japanese Imperial Army clashed in the Battle of Okinawa. The 82-day battle is known as the Islands as Test No Arms, the rail of sighting, because of the ferocity of the bombardment. 90,000 combatants died, and Okinaw's population was halved. Hundreds of farmers on the island were left devastated, and others were cleared to make way for what became one of the Americans' largest overseas military base with more than 50,000 U.S. troops. Under U.S. occupation, more sugarcane was planted as a cash crop, replacing the diverse food farmers had grown for islanders. Instead, California rice, wheat from Kansas, tinned American pork, spam, and soybeans grown in Iowa were imported. There was little incentive to save the Ohuga, as huge amounts of soy was imported to Asia, not only from the U.S., but increasingly from other parts of the Americas. But in the 1970s, the soy boom really intensified. This boom has a lot to do with the diminishing fish. For decades, vast shoals and anchovies were caught just off the Peruvian coast and used as a major protein source in the poultry and cattle industries. But in 1972, a combination of overfishing and El Nino led to Peru's anchovy harvest drop by nearly 90%. A protein panic rippled out across the agricultural world. To protect its own industries and prevent meat prices going up, the Nixon administration restricted exports of American soy. This in turn had an impact on Japan, by now heavily dependent on American supplies. Realizing just how dependent and vulnerable it had become, Japan began to put a long-term plan in place. There was no other big supplier to turn in, and so it had to create one. Brazil had become a marginal player in the soy business, but with Japan's investment and the clearing of virgin forests, including parts of the Cerrito, it became a giant. In 1960, Brazilian soy products was less than 300,000 metric tons. In the 1980s, helped by newly developed soy cultures suited to the Cerrito's acidic soil, this increased to about 20 million tons. The 2020 harvest of over 130 million tons broke all records and exceeded the size of the American crop, putting Brazil on course to become the undisputed world leader of soy cultivation. As this soy boom was taking place, behind the scenes transformation of the global seed industry was also underway. The 4 billion soybean seed market became the major battleground. Already soy grown across the Americas was based on a small number of genetically uniform variances, all grown in monocultures, making them vulnerable to pests and diseases. The solution was genetically modified soy. In 1990, Monsanto launched Roundup Ready Soy, a plant resistant to the glyphosate-based herbicide or weed killer of the same name. The product has been developed after a chance discovery, a bacterium spotted growing inside one of Monsanto's waste ponds was found to have resistance to Roundup, and goes from this bacteria was transferred to create a new variety of soy. Seneca followed with his own version, VMAX, then, not to be outdone, Bayer with a variety called Liberty Lake. By 2014, more than 90% of all soy grown across America and South America was GM. Consolidation was only a feature of the soy seed business. The global trade in the bean also became heavily concentrated among a small number of companies. For many years, this is the so-called ABCD group: Archer, Daniels, Midland, Binge, Cargill, and supplying the D from its middle name, Louis Dreyfus Company. These companies and the soy they trade have helped to turn food production into what is a report by Oxford described as a complex, globalized, and financialized business it is today. Food prices, deforestation, land, and water use are all influenced by their activities. In 2016, the picture changed slightly. Asian companies, including one owned by the Japanese government called COFCO, started to exert more control over much of Brazil's soy exports, and China became the main driver of soy expansion in South America to feed a rapidly growing population of pigs and chickens. The future of the Cerrito depends to a great extent on Chinese diets. In 2012, I paid a visit to the C of the ABCD Cargill. It was the biggest soy processing plant in the UK. The Silforth Refinery, a large, anonymous-looking building on the waterside of Liverpool's docks. There, I met the operations manager, who showed me through a network a large open space with a snake of steel pipes winding as its way through the entire building, joining up vast, unfathomable blocks of machinery. One of these was sending out a hum as it turned the round beans into flakes. Apart from the manager, there was only a handful of other people here, and most of the work was automated. Nearly 1,000,000 tons of soy a year were being processed at the site, the equivalent of 3 square miles of soy plantations every day. Once a month, a ship arrives from Brazil containing 60,000 tons of beans, which needed 5 days just to unload. Turning it into oil, protein, and lecithin took a lot less time, about 4 hours. This is mostly done through solvent extraction, in which hexene, a chemical side product of the petroleum industry, dismantles the bean compounds, putting every possible molecular of protein and oil to use. This happens inside of a tower 40 feet wide and 20 feet tall, and involves a massive piece of equipment that emits an ear-punishing drone. As we followed the pipe network, we reached the desulfurizer, which removed the hexane and made the soy edible. From its pocket, the manager pulled a small vial filled with a sample of this thick yellow oil to show me what was being made. In the hands of the food processors, the product is used to make cooking oil, salad dressings, mayonnaise, and margarine. At the end of the production line was a big yellow dumper truck parked up to what looked like a sand dune made of yellow powder. 48% protein, I was told, and described to be turned into animal feed. It's a food no one has tasted for more than a century. Soybean has made a greater impact on our planet and transformed diets more fundamentally than any other plant material in recent history. About 70% of the world's soybean protein is used to feed poultry and pigs, and meat of what remains goes to cattle, sheep, and farmed fish. Since the soy boom, the global pig population has more than doubled to a billion, while poultry numbers have increased more than sixfold to more than 22 billion. In the case of fish, feed from soy has helped our raw species to flourish on farmed Atlantic salmon. But what soy has given the world in food abundance is taken away in biodiversity, including the loss of virgin forests. A soy moratorium introduced in 2006 reduced deforestation in the Amazon, but since President Jair Bolsonaro took office in 2019, levels have increased again, and thousands of square miles of forest cover has been lost. The mountains were never expected or were extended to the Cerrado. Just 20% of Brazil's tropical savanna remains undisturbed. Soy also exerts a huge influence on geopolitics. In the summer of 2019, when a trade war broke out between China and the United States, one of the industries targeted by tariff was the soybean trade. On Okanagan, most memories of the Ohigu and its tofu had faded into obscurity, and the last known scenes belonged to a farmer who died in the 1970s. At the beginning of the 21st century, Kenji Cardew started looking for Okanaga's Ohigo seeds. The search took Eagle to a seed collector at Okanaga's Rito University, where 50 years before, one of the university's botanists had stored seeds away for safekeeping. It is those seeds that are now growing in Kaju's small soy patch. I visited Kagu and Okanaga in 2018 when there was just enough seeds to be shared out with farmers around the island. When we eat island tofu again, made with Ogu soy, it will be a big day, he told me. It's a food no one has tasted for more than a half a century. During the Second World War, Sherry Castle, the physical castle symbol of the Raikou Kingdom, had been burnt down, but that had been relatively easy to restore. Reviving a lost food culture isn't so simple. It's less tangible, more complicated, but no less important. Okanagan deserves to have its own crops back, Kaliki said. To outsiders, Ohig might appear an insignificant being, but to many Okanagans, after colonization and occupation, its return feels like an act of resistance and a celebration of who we are. Experts from eating to extinction, the world. Improving the Mexican diet. Alan Espinosa, 22, is striving to show how food and lifestyle changes could boost Mexican health. April 20, 2021. Alan Espinosa first realized the connection between diet and health as a teenager when his family moved from the native Mexico City to the city of Merida on the Yucatan Peninsula. I encountered a very diverse culture of food, he said about the city's a melting pot of Mayan and Spanish influence. Many residents, however, relied on a diet high in fatty corn oil, sugar, starch, and processed foods, and live sedentary lifestyles. There is a high prevalence of non-communicable diseases such as obesity, type 2 diabetes, and hypertension, he said. The lesson was driven home when Espinosa attended high school in Belgium, where the population ate a healthier Mediterranean-like diet, cooked most of their food at home, and walked and biked everywhere. Obesity was much less prevalent, and people were living longer and healthier lives, he said. Seeing the stark contrast in health and lifestyle between the different populations inspired Espinosa to study what he called the Mexican diet could create such dramatic differences. At Harvard's T.H. Chun School of Public Health, Espinosa is concentrating in nutritional epidemiology, pursuing research into how food and lifestyle changes might improve health outcomes in Mexico. Over the past few years in Mexico, as an undergraduate, studied nutrition at the Marista University of Merida, Espinosa has published research on the health impacts of using non-nutritional sweeteners instead of sugar, examined the impact of diet on erectile dysfunction, studied the prevalence of diabetics among Mayan populations, and analyzed the diets of Mexican vegans. He is now currently continuing his work at Harvard Chan School, hoping to develop recommendations to improve health both in Mexico and beyond. Knowing my work is being read and helping people enhances public health nutrition around the world is a fantastic feeling, he says. To look forward to continuing on this path and hopefully having an impact on people facing nutritional challenges through their diets. A perfect storm. While an undergraduate, Espinosa worked with faculty members in Mexico to research the relationship between the Mexican diet and prevalence of chronic disease. While more common in some parts of the country than others, that diet has supplemented many of the native cuisines and combined with an increasingly sedentary lifestyle and a genetic predisposition to obesity is a perfect storm to promote nutritional related diseases, he said. He was the first author on two studies published in 2019. In one, he found that even vegans in Mexico were less healthy than their counterparts in other countries. Their bloodstreams full of unhealthy triglycerides from an over-reliance on carbohydrates and simple sugars from soft drinks and processed foods. Based on that research, he helped to create recommendations to improve health for Mexican vegans. They include supplementing the vegan diet with vitamin B12, reducing refined carbohydrates, and increasing the use of olive oil and other healthy vegetable oils. He and his colleagues presented the findings at several conferences as well as in articles and book chapters. In the other study, he found that switching to a Mediterranean diet significantly improved erectile functions in men, even without medication. For his research on non-nutritive sweeteners, he helped conduct a comprehensive systematic review and meta-analysis of 20 randomized trials that took at how NNS impacted weight gain compared with sugar, water, and placebos. While people often eat or drink food with NNS in order to lose weight, doctors and scientists have debated whether it may actually lead to weight gain by causing people to develop a taste for sweets and overindulgence in sugar. In fact, the review by Espinosa and colleagues found that diets containing NNS were associated with a significant lower body weight compared to diets containing sugar, especially among people who were not consciously restricting calories. The findings indicate that NNS could be a good alternative to sugar to maintain healthy weight, a fact that could be highlighted to patients by their health providers or include in a food package, said Espinosa. Before conducting research as an undergraduate, Espinosa also started a company. He partnered with two business major friends to create a low-cost nutritional supplement aimed at helping combat deficiencies in vitamins and other nutrients related to poor diet, especially those related to anemia. The supplement, called Kukir, is a vitamin-rich gel that can be eaten directly from its container. Espinosa continues to collaborate in the company as a co-CEO today, working to distribute that supplement through both commercial stores and government programs. I don't sleep that much, he confessed. Espinosa is aiming to continue his research on NNS at Harvard's Chan School, working with Walter Willett, professor of epidemiology and nutrition, and using data from the long-running Nurses' Health Study 2, which Willard co-leads. He plans to go on to earn his PhD and to implement a study in Mexico that's modeled after the Nurses' Health Studies, which rely on periodic questionnaires about food and lifestyle in order to generate data to have the long-term effects of that country's unique diet. In order to assess the long-term effects of any dietary interventions at a popular scale, it's not feasible to conduct a randomized control trial, and instead we rely on epidemiological studies to understand the relationships between diet and disease, he said. Coming to Harvard, especially to this particular program, has provided me with the tools and trainings to implement and conduct high-quality course studies. Espinosa hopes that his research will continue to highlight dietary recommendations that can help people live longer, healthier lives. I would love to combine clinical practice with research, he said, promoting health by incorporating the best evidence available from well-designed studies is a unique vocation that is my biggest passion and my true purpose. By Michael Blanding. Closing. The world at large has many important lessons to learn. One of the major lessons for the world to learn is that we are custodians of this precious land. We think we are major consumers. The earth is reacting to our behavior. I said many times before, we would be sued in the court by our Father for our neglect. Somehow we must combine technology and the precious understanding that we are custodians of this land. We must all be aware that there is a thread of love tying us all together. There's only one earth, and we must make this place a beacon to the universe. Our current state is in chaos, yet we continue to go on texting on the freeway of life and being oblivious to all the damage we are doing to this sacred planet. I hope you got something out of this book. unfortunately, most people really don't care one way or the other. That's the sad part of the story.